Welcome to the 3FM Sunrise here on 3FM 92.7. In a minute, we'll go for the 6 a.m. news. Kind Ketsi and Yanam Haliga. This morning, I just want to remind you that not every season of your life will look impressive, but that does not mean it is meaningless. Some days are about huge victories, others are about just continuing. And it asks and it requires that we continue despite disappointment, that we continue despite uncertainty, and we continue even when motivation is low. Because there's a quiet strength in that. A candle does not compete with the sun, it simply shines with what it has. In the same way, you do not need to have everything figured out before your life has value. You do not need to move at somebody else's pace. You do not need constant applause to know you are trying. Sometimes growth doesn't have to be dramatic. Other times, growth looks like getting up again after a difficult day. So this morning, be gentle with your soul. Take the next step available to you. Do your best with today, because little by little, ordinary days quietly become meaningful lives. And that's our message for you this morning as we get you into the 6 a.m. news. Kind Ketsi and Yonam Hadigan, after which we'll be back a lot later with a lot more for you here on the 3FM Sunrise. Please stay with us.
Coming to you live from our studios here at Adesawe Kanda. This is the 6 a.m. news here on 3FM 92.7. Coming up this morning, hundreds of thousands of Ghanaian students begin WASI today, May 13, with a call for a malpractice-free exam as Ghana returns the regional examination timetable.
Nation malpractice continues to be a problem. It makes it extremely difficult for us to assess the quality of education. Those who are caught aiding cheating will be severely punished.
Also, the Ghana Police Service uncovers chilling violent crimes, including child trafficking, sexual exploitation, and suspected ritual murders. Nationwide crackdown ongoing. Much later in this bulletin, the government approves the immediate evacuation of 300 Ghanaians from South Africa, vows to seek legal redress following a renewed wave of xenophobic attacks in parts of the country.
We're going to fight this legally. There's no law in South Africa that gives the mayor that right to say whatever he's saying. In fact, it's not only one country that is going, all the countries that we've taken their statements and then we've given it to the legal departments to look at them.
We have details of our headlines and other stories. Please stay with us. Thank you for staying with us. We're going to a first story now, where the Ghana Police Service has reviewed chilling details of a string of violent crimes uncovered across the country, including child trafficking, child sexual exploitation, and suspected ritual murder cases that have shocked the public's conscience. Addressing the media in Accra, the Director General of the Criminal and Investigations Department, COP Lydia Yakodonko, disclosed that several suspects have been arrested in connection with crimes as police intensify efforts to dismantle criminal networks threatening the public's safety. There's more in the following report.
However, a more disturbing revelation was the arrest of a 25-year-old fetish priest at J. Krodua in the Central Region. Police reports indicate that the suspect allegedly murdered his client and disposed of the mutilated body. The fetish priest is also alleged to have buried the deceased decapitated head at a cemetery in the Volta region.
Investigations established that the deceased had previously sought herbal treatment from the suspect in 2025 for a swollen leg condition. On 4th March 2026, she reportedly visited him again for spiritual assistance to protect her business. After consultations at his shrine, the suspect allegedly lured her into a nearby bush under the pretext of collecting herbs, where he attacked her from behind with a cutlass, killed her, dismembered the body, and concealed the remains in the bush before taking parts away. During interrogation, the suspect admitted to the offense and disclosed that he had buried the deceased head at Mafi Alvedo in the Volta region.
Police say they remain committed to making Ghana safer for all and are urging the public to volunteer credible information to help crack down on criminal activities within communities. Stanley Niblew, Police Headquarters, Accra.
Away from that to some educational stories, as the 2026 West African Senior Secondary Certificate Examination for school candidates begin today, with hundreds of thousands of final year students across the country expected to sit for the exam. This year's examination marks a major shift in the conduct of WASSCE in Ghana, as candidates will, for the first time since COVID-19 pandemic, join their counterparts in Nigeria, Sierra Leone, Liberia, and the Gambia to write the examination under the regional timetable coordinated by the West African Examination Council. Ghana had, over the past 5 years, conducted a Ghana-only version of the examination following disruptions caused by the pandemic. Authorities say the country's return to the regional examination system is aimed at restoring full international coordination among member states of WAEC. On the back of this, the Ghana Education Service has issued a strong warning to heads of schools, teachers, and examination supervisors to ensure a more practice-free examination and environment as senior high schools begin the 2026 WASSCE papers today. Briefing the media, Director General of the Ghana Education Service, Professor Ernest Kofi Davis, said all supervisors and teachers who were cited for engaging in examination malpractice have been barred from participating in this year.
Examination malpractice continues to be a problem. This practice is dangerous because it makes it extremely difficult for us to assess the quality of education. Those who are caught aiding cheating will be severely punished. I wish to remind heads of schools that are consistently cited for examination malpractice to change the narration this year or risk being changed.
And that was the Director General of the Ghana Education Service, Professor Ernest Kofi Davis there. Now to some other stories. Government has approved the immediate evacuation of 300 Ghanaians from South Africa following a renewed wave of xenophobic attacks in parts of the country. The Minister for Foreign Affairs, Samuel Okudzeto-Ablakwa, announced that President John Dramani Mahama had granted presidential approval for the evacuation exercise as part of efforts to protect affected Ghanaian nationals. The evacuation decision comes amid renewed concerns over xenophobic attacks in South Africa, where foreign nationals and businesses owned by other African immigrants and migrants, including Ghanaians, have periodically come under attack. According to the minister, the affected Ghanaians had earlier responded to an advisory issued by the Foreign Affairs Ministry and registered with the Ghana High Commission in Pretoria for assistance and possible evacuation. Meanwhile, Ghana's High Commissioner to South Africa says government is initiating measures including seeking legal redress for the affected Ghanaians over there.
We're going to fight this legally. There's no law in South Africa that gives the mayor that right to say whatever he's saying. So we're going to fight it. We're going to ensure that the right thing is done. What we want to ensure is that we ask the mayor under which laws are you giving them this deadline that they should move out from your area? What have they done? We are in the process of, in fact, it's not only one country that is going, all the countries that are involved. Together. We've taken their statements and then we've given it to the legal department to look at them. And the legal department tells us that there's no way he's going to. African Ambassadors Group has a legal department that we've given the.
Some environmental stories. The Director of Operations of the National Anti-Illegal Mining Operations Secretariat, Colonel Dominic Boa, says the fight against illegal mining will target all individuals involved regardless of their political status or affiliation. He says all persons found and arrested for galamsey will be treated strictly as criminals without consideration.
In the Galamsey space, there's nothing like politics. We meet you there, we treat you as an individual who is committing a crime. And therefore, we don't want to veer into the arena of politics. Politics is for the politicians. But when we get to the Galamsey ground, it is individuals who are committing crimes. Let me end up by saying that Diamos has done so well, and so far, we have achieved so much. Apart from the calm you see, behind it, we have arrested over 277 people from Galamsey space. There are over 4,000 chamfans which have been destroyed from our water bodies. Currently, we are in the process of processing seized weapons. About 124 weapons, assorted with majorly pump-action guns, have been seized.
That was the Director of Operations for the National Anti-Illegal Mining Operations Secretariat, Colonel Dominic Bois there. And finally, before we go, the Chinese contractor executing the 71.25 kilometer Inchi Elubo Road has incurred the displeasure of the Roads Minister for executing 5% of his contract despite the 80.2 million mobilization from government. Top Engineering International, a Chinese firm mobilized to site since December 2025, has not produced less work and is behind schedule. The Enchi Elubo Road, a major route for cocoa farmers and traders in the area, has remained in a deplorable state for years, with residents complaining about deep potholes, erosion, and transport difficulties. Previous efforts to rehabilitate the road, including the 2020 upgrade project, failed to address the challenges. The Roads Minister, Kwame Governs Agbodza, who threatened to terminate the contract, has summoned the Chinese firm to appear in the ministry within a week to answer the unjustified delays.
Those of you following us have seen the condition of that road and the conditions under which our compatriots who live on this road live. You saw them drying cocoa, much of what is the economic stay of our country. But you drove on those roads and nobody was even patching pothole, which was supposed to be the responsibility of. You stopped and spoke to women who tell you the ordeal they go through. Some I cannot repeat here, some actually leading to death. And that is the reason the president prioritized this road as big push. This contractor has been on this road for ages and it's not new, doesn't need to mobilize. He's always been here. The little drainage structures you saw, he did them long time ago. But even patching the gullies on the road, he would not do it. Frankly speaking, if not that, I've been advised by the Chief Executive of Highways that we need to give him a little bit time. And also, if not because of the fact that we paid this contractor 80.2 million Ghana cedi mobilization. In the past, government stopped paying mobilization simply because of something like this. If not because we paid 80.2, I would have terminated their contract right now.
That was the Minister for Roads and Highways, Kwame Governs Agbodza there. That brings us to the end of the first half of this morning's bulletin. For more news, check our website at 3news.com. I am Enyuna Palika. Business News is Raja.
3FM 92.7 Urban Lifestyle Radio Station.
Time for business news here on Sunrise 3FM 92.7. Coming up this morning, Fitch Ratings projects Bank of Ghana to pause rate cuts as inflation edges upward. Also, the Ghana Revenue Authority to launch automated VAT system to tackle revenue leakages.
We are introducing a system that every retail point, the sales will go through what we call a physical device. And that will allow us to be able to capture transactions across the country from every point of sale.
Much later, Ghana Tourism Development Company unveils new digital era for Ghana's tourism based on 3 core pillars.
Technology is very important, and that's why you see us move straight into digital platforms where we think that we can be sustainable, we can be data-driven, and then, of course, we can actually respond directly to the final tourism consumer.
Details of these headlines and other stories, please stay with us. On to our first story now, where the Bank of Ghana is expected to hit brakes on its aggressive monetary easing cycle following a marginal uptake in inflation, signaling a shift from stimulus back to price stability. After 15 consecutive months of decline, headline inflation rose to 3.4% in April 2026, up from 3.2% in March. While the 0.2 percentage point increase is slight, economists say it marks a critical turning point that may complicate the central bank's plans to further interest rate reductions. There's more in the following 3 Business Report.
Between July 2025 and March 2026, BOG slashes the benchmark policy rate by 1,400 basis points, bringing it down to 14%. This easing cycle was designed to jumpstart economic recovery, lower the cost of credit for businesses, and provide relief for households after years of restrictive monetary policy. However, a recent report regrading Ghana's credit rating to B with a positive outlook, Fitch Ratings projected a prudent pause in this trend. Data from the Ghana Statistical Service shows housing, water, electricity and gas accounted for over 37% of the overall inflation figure in April. On a month-on-month basis, prices rose by 1%, suggesting that short-term pressures are firmer than previously anticipated. Analysts suggest the central bank will now adopt a cautious wait-and-see stance to protect the cedis and prevent a rebound in consumer prices. Further rate cuts could reignite demand too quickly, potentially devaluating the cedi and driving up import prices. A pause allows policymakers to evaluate the full impact of the previous 1,400 basis points cut on the broader economy. With the sovereign upgrade signaling improved fiscal health, preserving macroeconomic stability is now expected to take precedence over additional monetary stimulus. While the economy remains on a recovery path, the road ahead appears to require a more measured pace to ensure that the hard-won gains in disinflation are not erased, but premature easing.
Away from that, the Ghana Revenue Authority says it's preparing to roll out an automated VAT collection system as part of effort to curb tax leakages and improve domestic revenue mobilization. The move comes amid growing concerns about low VAT compliance among businesses, with authorities warning that significant amounts of tax revenue continue to go uncollected despite being charged to consumers.
Speaking to journalists on the sidelines of a time with the Commissioner General engagement organized by the Ghana National Chamber of Commerce and Industry in Accra, Commissioner General of the GRA Anthony Kwesi Sapon said only 4 out of every 10 known businesses are properly charging the remittent VAT. According to him, some businesses fail to register for VAT entirely, while others collect a tax from customers but fail to remit the funds to government. Sapon explained that the new system, being developed in collaboration with the Ministry of Finance, will use physical devices at retail points to capture transactions in real time.
We are introducing a system that every retail point, the sales will go through what we call a physical device. And that will allow us to be able to capture transactions across the country from every point of sale. And that way, we will be able to determine that businesses have traded, they have charged the VAT, and as GRA, we can go to them to collect those monies.
The Commissioner General further revealed that the GR is working with financial institutions to help businesses reduce losses from demurrage caused by delays in paying duties at the ports.
The financial institution will provide a credit or a loan to the business from 3 months to 1 year. They will use that loan to pay the duty. They will immediately have access to their goods. They will sell it. And what we are asking for business is that it's a win-win for all. When you take such a facility, you are disciplined and you're focused. When you sell, you pay back the loan, so that next time when you are bringing the goods, you can access the facility.
Meanwhile, President of the Chamber, Stephen Mezan, called for deeper engagement between the business community and the GRA to help address misconceptions surrounding the country's tax administration system.
This was a good occasion for us to understand that, yes, you may have the tax credit, but there are processes that has to go through for you to be able to enjoy that tax credit, even though it's for you. So for the bottom line is to get the education, and we can only get the education when we have brought them here for them to explain to us.
To one of our headline stories, Ghana's tourism sector is stepping into a new era with the launch of several digital products and services aimed at modernizing how travelers experience the country. During the unveiling, the CEO of the Ghana Tourism Development Company, Professor Kobi Mensah, highlighted a fundamental shift in traveler behavior that makes the digital leap essential.
The behavior of the tourist has completely changed, all right? The tourist would always go online to search for the destination that they are going to. All right. 2, we're talking about sustainability. 3, we're talking about data. Now, these fundamentals of the new tourism means that we couldn't actually do tourism as we used to do. And that's why the introduction of technology is very important. And that's why you see us move straight into digital platforms where we think that we can be sustainable, we can be data-driven, and then, of course, we can actually respond directly to the final tourism consumer. Entrepreneurship Hub, where we're going to use it to train people, to skill, to upskill people. Those who want to create enterprises in tourism, they will come there for advice, they will consult experts, etc. That's just about finishing. So as for the product, we have amazing, product that we have adored, and I'm sure that it would actually lead to a very good, tourism market.
Chief Executive Officer of the Ghana Tourism Development Company, Professor Kobi Mensah there. It's now time to look at how the city is faring against major trading currencies and how some key commodities are also faring on the global markets.
On the interbank foreign exchange markets, the dollar is selling at 11 cedis 30 pesos. It's gained 1 peso. The British pound is selling at 15 cedis 28 pesos. It lost 13 pesos. The euro is selling at 13 cedis 26 pesos. It also lost 4 pesos. However, be guided that these figures could be higher at the Forex Bureau near you. On the global commodities market, Brent crude is trading at $107.31 per barrel. Gold is trading at $4,682.14 per ounce, down by $54.03. Cocoa is trading at $4,610 per ton, down by $99.
That was an update from the Forex and commodities markets. That'll be all for business news here at 3FM 92.7. For more news, please check our website at 3news.com. I am Enyunam Pandad. Sunrise continues.
3FM 92.7. Urban Lifestyle Radio Station.
Thankful to Miss Haliga for the 6 a.m. news as well as the businesses. And she has a light eyebrow raise as to being called Miss. I reckon she doesn't quite get that often. But thank you very much for staying with us here on the 3FM Sunrise. Between now and 10 a.m., simply a simple task we have to do. Make your morning in the best way possible. Great conversations. And oh boy, has there been a busy news day all throughout up until now. The detention of a member of parliament and arrest of an individual alleged to have been engaged in sexual exploitation. Right? We'll get you in the lowdown of all of that and more here during the newspaper review, and a lot later as well, where our panel will be seated. We'll dive deep into some of the matters and some others which are of interest. But weather quickly, and then we can get into some great music. Kind courtesy DJ Phil. Mist and fog patches expected over the forest, mountainous, and few coastal areas during the early hours of this morning amidst partly cloudy conditions. As the day progresses into the afternoon, bright and sunny weather will dominate all sectors with the likelihood of thunderstorm or rain over a few places in the middle, transition, and northern sectors later in the day. Find them, the Ghana Meteorological Agency, on social media. Follow them, put them on notification, and get the weather update every morning, every afternoon, and whenever there's a need for you to know about a rainstorm. That's our way as well of contributing to public education. Let's get into some great music right now. Kind courtesy DJ Phil, Eric Mawina Egbeta, the rest of the team here, serving you breakfast from now to 10 a.m. And they are in constant engagement with the Ghanaian mission in The Hague. Right? So that's what we know. Let me say a good morning to Sixu Stone Ula as well as Johnny Hughes, who joining me in studio this morning. Big man.
Charlie, good morning. How you doing?
Morning. well and truly alive.
Charlie, today is Wasi Day.
Oral English, eh?
Yeah, London is the capital. But
Yeah.
Did you fetch the water?
Are you sure they said did you fetch the water?
Amadou John Sule. Charlie, you will feel it.
Sule is a manager. Did Sule manage the case? Sule managed the case.
Sule managed the case.
So many memories for a lot of people. But I wonder why they use London as the capital of Britain. They that run through because you heard that. You heard it. I heard that as well.
I'm sure today they will hear it.
They will hear it.
Today they will hear it.
Because you are not supposed to say Britain.
Britain.
London is the capital of Britain.
All along you've been saying Britain. Only for you to get into the exam hall and you get Britain.
Britain.
Am I still in Ghana?
So for a number of us, I think we had one or two students. We had laptops around.
Yeah.
I think we had seen Muhammad do that RLG at the time.
I didn't have laptops.
So we had. So I'm sharing my experience. So we had
we had cassette players.
A laptop or two, which we attempted to listen to be sure, and I can tell you confidently, I couldn't tell the difference in the. Is it four things they said? London is the capital of Britain. London is the capital of Britain. I couldn't tell what
it was.
I couldn't tell what the difference was.
I can tell you that most people just shade away. Charlie.
Yes,
Charlie.
We had cassette players, and it's something that the English teacher would use every year through the mock. And into the exam itself. So they will slot the thing in, then press play, then you are all ears up.
That's why if you have problem with hearing,
and sometimes the speaker is not
audible enough. Some old
speaker with some. It's not like DJ Phil speaker.
Oh no.
No way, Charlie. But you had to go through it, you know, and. We wish them all the best.
Absolutely.
We wish them. We can only wish them all the best as they begin the journey today to book their places in the various tertiary institutions here in Ghana and beyond.
Do not be afraid.
Don't be afraid. Don't be scared.
And we are back to the community exam, right?
We've been there before. Don't
Yes,
worry.
we're back. Yes. We've joined the rest of
West Africa.
West Africa in writing. I think in the last 5 years, right, we had a special dispensation, and we're writing on our own.
Somebody says that the maths will be tough because the Nigerians have joined.
But I believe in our competences. Even when we were writing, because my time we wrote together.
I did SSC. We wrote together.
Ghanaians came up top. I recall very well. Even before we wrote, there were Ghanaians who were best performing students in the entirety of West Africa and all of that.
We wish them all the best, though. I mean, there's always that anxiety, butterflies in your tummy. You know, this morning they're getting ready, 8 a.m. to begin the paper. You know, so we can only wish them well, and we'll ask the parents to continue to pray for them, as well as all other Ghanaians. Just pray for them, say a prayer for them.
It brings back lots of memories. Actually, I recall.
Did you ever get a success card?
I don't think so.
Oh yeah. Oh yes.
I got a couple of them though.
Oh yes.
I don't think I did.
You didn't make friends?
I mean, my friends were pretty much family back in SHS. That I say very proudly most times. But all I can remember, particularly when we were going to
proudly.
Yeah, I mean,
he made friends that became family eventually. So
no, that's not what he meant.
Yes, that's what I meant.
He meant that his friends.
No, how did you understand what I said?
Your family was your friend.
No. He went to school, made friends. They were so close, who became family, right? Who are still family, right?
That's what I mean.
Yeah.
Actually, we will gather from time to time. We in fact came together to start a foundation together and all of that. So friends who have actually become
family.
Friends who become
so
family.
You were your own success cards. There was no need to send anything to anybody.
Pretty much. And I recall us walking into the science exam and rumors were swelling. This is coming. And I looked into the heavens and said, God, I leave everything to you. I'm tired of listening to what someone will say. Go and read this.
You know
Go
how
and
people
read
used
that,
to journey from one school to the other in search of Apo?
It was crazy.
It was crazy. People used to journey from school to school.
The seminary I went to, if you attempted that, you would be dispelled.
No, it's not about
expelled from the
school. It's not about being official.
I know.
It's about people looking sharp and
calling friends. Charlie, what did they come?
The first time
was
a
on
lot
the
of
ground.
us saw the other side of our rector was when we started with the orals. You would be in the hall, and this rector who would ordinarily, stand and chat with you, smile, and you
very strict.
Now see a very stern face, looking to see even the spacing. He ensured that the spacing between any two candidates was wide enough to avoid any passing of pieces of paper and or whispering, and if you whispered, if you even said, "Oh,
and
can
Francis Xavier, right?
Yes.
Your numbers were not great as well, and so they could.
My class
they could identify you easily.
Well, we ended up 37.
The entire school.
A whole year group. No, a whole year group. A year group. 37. So you can imagine the rector himself, eagle eyes, because he wanted that and we used to have 100% pass rate. And people would say, yes, you get a poor, you do all of this. So to dispel all of that.
No, I know another person who was at Xavier, Jonah Eledi. It was my meeting.
Jonah.
GIG.
Okay.
Actually, he knows him as well. And so I know for Xavier, sometimes the discipline is very intense. Very intense. Very, very intense. I know that.
We wish them all the best.
Absolutely.
And, I have been thinking about, they finished the practicals though, but I was thinking about how much was allocated for them to undergo the practicals, both for those in home economics, those who do the technical.
Don't parents pay for that?
The government over the years has told us that they pay for it. Science, for example, reagents.
Really? Because my sister was in free SHS.
Well,
and was calling for.
But it always comes. So the announcement is always
be
made.
Careful how you answer this question. You are putting somebody's sister in trouble.
No, I'm saying that as of even 2-3 weeks ago, Mr. Fenny, right? That's his name. He was on radio on another network saying that monies have been released.
WAEC,
the GES. He was on radio saying that monies have been released, and we hear that all the time. Now, the question on my mind is that if somebody, for example, has to do a home economics practical and has to cook, all right, the what do you call it? The ingredients have to be procured. Basic things have to be made available to the individual. So that's what they're using to. Whatever is allocated, is it enough?
Are you sure that allocation is not for the marking? The examiners?
No. I remember on one of the occasions, a visual arts teacher got to me and said that the money they had, if they did the division among the students, they would have 9 CDs plus coins per student. Now, how much is even a color palette?
Yeah.
So that's what I'm asking. If you're a science student, you would be you'll be doing some chemistry practicals, titration and all those ones, acid bases and salt, right? The stuff, you may have the beaker there, the test tube, conical flask, they will be there, but those things that are needed to procure those reagents and those chemicals for you to be able to do your thing, would they be enough? So this should be perhaps a wake-up call to all of us. If we want to do it, let's do it. If we don't want to do it, let's tell the parents to find money to do it. But you see, that's where the danger is also. And I'll go back, not to pick on Frederick Kunzotiani, but to somebody like Frederick Kunzotiani, having come from a village. He's the only one to have come from the entire village to have come to the University of Ghana. Only one in his family since forever. And I'm not sure his family is 2 years old or 10 years old. His family is a big family from back in the day. Now, for somebody like that, if you say he should go and find money to come and buy the reagents, assuming that he's a science student or is a visual art student, then you have worried the people at home, because the money that will be used to buy those things is able to farm at least 2-3 acres of maybe groundnut or maize. You get the point.
Those are the realities and the numbers parents have to work.
And Accra, Kumasi, Takrady,
it's not Ghana.
No, it's not Ghana at all. Even in my beloved Tamale, there are people who struggle, right, to do it. Even here in Greater Accra region, you go to the Dobros, the Afuamans, and the rest. You find people who are absolutely brilliant, but Charlie, there's no money at home. So we have to look at it again holistically, because we're just been paying lip service to it. I remember back in the day, capitation grant under President Kufuor, you were told that, some monies had come to Cushion students, blah, blah, blah. When they did the division, what we got was just about 5 CDs or something like that. I said, what? I mean, this was in the old currency, way probably before 2007. But we're told that, money had come. They came to announce to us. Everybody was happy that, our parents this time will breathe. And then when they did that thing, they say, Charlie, Beza said you still have to come and bring something.
Yeah.
So we have to look at it from the holistic point of view. It's the next generation we're talking about, the next set of leaders, the next set of innovators, the next set of entrepreneurs, the next set of persons who hold the hands of others. If we are doing it, let's do it well. If we're not doing it, let the parents know so they do it. That's all.
Right.
Johnny, let me take
number
you guys
of
back.
Things to sink our teeth into as well. But
Let me take you a step back. You are talking about financing the exam itself, but even the processes leading to the exam are more serious for me. You see the memories you brought back. Sorry, the trying to recollect how the English orals started.
Yeah.
The conditions under which, just around this table, Mawina mentioned laptops. You got laptops to study with. I had to rely on a cassette player.
Yeah, cassette
You
player.
also
it was a cassette player for me as well.
Exactly. Today, what is the situation? And I want to quickly fall back on a report done by I call her Hajia.
Hajia
Nora.
Okay.
About students who are going to write ICT. Who wrote ICT in the BECE, but had not seen a computer before.
Don't even have electricity in the schools.
Don't have electricity, not seen a computer. I recall Nora asking one of the people she engaged, have you seen a mouse before? Do you know what a mouse is? No. So if they asked you to draw a mouse, how would you go about it?
You draw the rodent.
So we need to take a critical look at our education system.
Mouse is becoming obsolete because the laptops don't.
Yes, laptops don't use
touchpad.
We need to take a second look at our education, especially now that we are rejoining the entire community. A lot of the times you are competing not just with the boys and girls you sit with in the class, but with others who have more opportunities, better facility, a lot more teachers than you probably would have. I recall it's one of the orientations we got that, look, the exam you are going to write, you are not just writing with the people in your class. You are competing against somebody from, say, Presec, another person from, say, Morning Star School, another person from, say, Accra. And you are in this village school that there's no light. that you have never seen. Your ICT teacher said the last time he saw a computer was 2 academic years ago when he went to a workshop. So our managers of our education system would have to sit back and see how we redesign. What happened to the model school system? What happened to it? What happened to the science resource centers? What happened to them?
The science resource centers are still available, and for most schools who are not able to, don't have the space to have theirs, it's put together for them. Now, this is a specimen. If you go on our Facebook page, this is a specimen of the English paper, the what do you call it, oral exam.
Who borrowed your newspaper?
So in fact, let's start with the preamble. It says, test 6, you are now going to hear some questions and answers. The questions will all be different, and the answers also always the same. You have to choose the one, and this one is in bold letters. One question which goes with the repeated answer. Here are 2 examples. Now 6 is here. Help us.
Who borrowed your newspaper?
He borrowed my newspaper.
Did John borrow your newspaper?
He borrowed my newspaper.
Did he steal your newspaper?
He borrowed my newspaper.
Hey, the correct answer is what?
C. He borrowed my newspaper. Answers the question, did he steal your newspaper?
But who borrowed your newspaper? Did John borrow your newspaper is also correctly matching with he borrowed my newspaper.
This is recorded by Charlie.
It is you read the question and you are there.
Understand why I said you were just shading.
You had to just shade. I mean, but back to the conversation. It's I know that the resource centers still exist.
Questions and answers.
In many parts
the
of the
questions
country.
will all be different.
Where schools
exist in terms of just buildings.
The buildings exist. So it comes back to what I was talking about, the reagents and if you those schools where you have a very strong old school or old boys or girls or old students association. They're able to pull their resources together to say we want to support the school with A, B, C, D, and occasionally they buy those things for them. But then for those schools who are not able to afford them, how do they better their fortunes? I'm sure that's the crux of what we're all saying around this table.
Right. I'm just going to have us listen briefly to that oral English question. Then we'll zoom straight into some other matters for you this morning here on the 3FM Sunrise.
Test 6. You're now going to hear some questions and answers. The questions will all be different, and the answers always the same. You have to choose the one question which goes with the repeated answer. Here are 2 examples. Example 1. Who borrowed your newspaper?
He borrowed my newspaper.
Did John borrow your newspaper?
He borrowed my newspaper.
Did he steal your newspaper?
He borrowed my newspaper.
The correct answer is C, because
he borrowed my newspaper.
Answers the question.
Did he steal your newspaper?
This is recorded by shading answer space C against number 1. Example 2. What is the capital of Britain?
London is the capital of Britain.
Is London the capital of Britain?
London is the capital of Britain.
What country is London the capital of?
London is the capital of Britain.
The correct answer is A, because
London is the capital of Britain.
Answers the question.
What is the capital of Britain?
This is recorded by shading answer space A.
Charlie, I can tell you these are not the voices I heard.
No.
These are Ghanaian voices.
These are not the voices I heard. No. Because the voices I heard...
It's
Charlie,
easier.
No, they sounded
This
different.
is easier.
They were not like those of my teachers. It sounded different.
Right, let's zoom into the newspapers because there's been quite some other development as well. A member of parliament, we understand, is being detained.
Yeah.
At the it was it picked up at the Schiphol airport and whatever. But we'll do the headlines first, and then we'll come to what the details are in terms of what either of us has been gleaning from sources.
It's not the MP who's been holding press conferences, etc.
Oh,
yeah.
No, he's the MP who was bringing a new legislation about. You recall we're talking about an issue about legislation where we mentioned 2 members of parliament and that they were seeking to protect their interests.
That's right. Yeah.
And what have you.
Yeah. In terms of their longevity in parliament.
Absolutely. And also he sought to introduce a private members bill on something in relation to funding for politicians as well. And so
Honorable Ohene Kwame Frimpong, MP for Asante Achem North. Okay. Well, the Daily Graphic this morning says 44 busted over BEC exam center infractions. Rubber processors demand export ban. FOB under declaration push industry to the brink, according to, and it comes to the photo of Elizabeth Ofuswe-Jare, Esquire, Minister of Trade, Agribusiness and Industry. Also, MPA pilots 24-hour economy in petroleum downstream, and GCB Bank supports World Cup bid with 5 million Ghana cedis. And on the back page, the African Athletics Championships, Amoa, Saminu and Gadayi through to the 100-meter semis.
On that score, is there something about sports that causes embarrassment or like brings about embarrassment to the country? Because already there are challenges with our hosting of this World Africa Athletics Championship. There are already challenges. I think I saw one South African athlete say they are being fed 1 meat or something. They are having to hustle or haggle over food. A journalist from South Africa says it's the first tournament they are at where they have not been provided with data as journalists to cover the tournament. The guns to start some of the competitions have misfired. And so it has resulted in false starts and some persons not starting when they should. The stadiums look very empty. What is it about the other sporting disciplines that almost always results in embarrassment of some sort to the nation? Because All Africa Games was 2 years ago.
That's right. We had a similar experience.
We had experiences of persons complaining here and there. And it's just one day in this 5-day event. And already, please, let us erect. Because out there, our reputation is great. It's grand. Let us not embarrass ourselves.
So Amoa and Saminu and Gadayi all finished second in their respective heats to book places in today's semi-finals, setting up potentially explosive contests against some of Africa's fastest men. So they didn't go to disappoint us.
No,
they all came second. And the preparation and the resource that is granted to them is a conversation that must come to the fore. And you rightly put it up there. We tend to over-focus on football.
We are embarrassing ourselves
Look at how much money we're giving to the Black Stars.
There are no finishing times. The people cannot tell what time they did during the heat. I'm sorry. I am sorry, but organizers, there cannot be an excuse why an athlete does 100 meters and doesn't know what time
they made. So this
sorry.
Kelvin also whose work here says no finishing times at an athlete's meet. Athletes crossing the line and asking for their results in silence. How are journalists supposed to tell their stories or make any meaningful comparisons with other meets? No media center, a media tribune taken over by Jama singers, making it impossible to hear or concentrate. A starting gun that wasn't loud and we couldn't hear across the stadium, and it was just the athletes. The starting gun failed 4 times across 7 men's 100-meter heats, disrupting the athletes directly. Now, we waited for 4 decades, 40 years. 40 years. I don't want to calculate how many months, how many days, how many hours, but we waited for 40 years, went to bid for this. We got it.
Do you know that,
to show to the world that we are not prepared.
Do you know the country we beat to get this hosting?
Tell me.
Botswana.
And they would have done a
Botswana
job.
Hosted World Athletics Championship a week or 2 ago. The entire world
was in Botswana.
For the World Athletics Championship. And we beat them to hosting this tournament. Only Africa.
Are you sure we beat them or were considered to host?
Is the gun misfiring part?
You know,
if you're an athlete,
how can you run 100 meters
and
you don't know
time?
The time you?
The time is not the normal stopwatch.
Yeah,
it's not the normal. The ones on our phones.
Yeah,
it not be so.
Yeah,
stopwatch. It's not what they use.
But see, even the gun conversation. I am an athlete. I have psyched myself up. I am on my challenge, my best energy. I have come to the start point, and then I hear false start. Bah! You drain my energy, I come back. Bah! You drain my energy, I come back. Bah! 4 times. On the 5th, you would have drained my energy.
Yeah, because it's psychological when you're.
I can tell you that Saminu, Amoa, Gadai could have come tops if these things had not happened. This is not good. And you see, the international press are here.
They are not. You are not giving them data even.
No, you are not even giving them where to sit to do the thing. The guys.
He says there's no press center.
See, he says no media center, and the media Tribune has been taken over by Jama singers, making it impossible to hear or concentrate.
You would recall the first day you mentioned this, and I said I was literally unaware of the event.
Preparations and all
yes,
of that.
And I raised some of the questions. You see, I don't want to say
I told you so.
I told you so, but it's not. Sometimes you can always preempt some of the things from how things are going. Unfortunately, this is not good for the image of Ghana. This is not good. So the organizers would have to. I mean, we still have 2 days to go, right?
No, it's a 5-day event, and so 4 days.
This is a third day.
Is it 12th to the 17th? So
12
it's
to
17th. 5-day event.
No, yeah, I think
we have already done.
It started on Monday.
Monday was the launch.
Monday was the launch.
So the actual events started from yesterday.
Yes.
So 2 days.
So we are burning 2 days.
No, but I think we can still redeem ourselves.
Media Tribune and Jama.
We can still redeem ourselves. It's not good.
There's an athlete I want us to listen to.
The South African athlete.
No, maybe the South African and then some others, but the two. Kunzo, let's take. Oh my goodness.
Ghana time they give us 4 o'clock, not knowing that 2 o'clock that you are starting the race. So if you mind the decision to come around, to come and ensure, not knowing that they have almost called first call room, second call room. So no warm up, nothing. See.
Well, I expected a lot when we got here. I expected a hotel at least, or anything, But when we got in the rooms, the beds were leather. We got sheets, we got a pillow, but no blanket. The aircon, we don't have an aircon remote. We had to request at the reception for aircon remote. You're not allowed to keep your aircon remote. You set it and you give it back. There were no toilet paper. We had to go ask for toilet paper. There's no warm water. The water is one temperature. There's no, the tap water doesn't work. Some of our rooms, guys in our rooms, water doesn't work in their room. What else? Oh, and then the eating hall. We go there, we ask for food. They fight with us. We're not allowed to take more than 1 chicken bone. And I asked them, okay, listen, we are athletes. We need to eat. We need to hydrate. We need to eat. And we asked them, and they said, no, go. And then you're not allowed to take chicken and fish. You're only allowed to take a chicken, or you're only allowed to take fish. And then I fight with them, listen, I need to eat. And then they, okay, I'll give you at least 2. So they just give me 2 chickens, And then in the morning, they give me a half an egg or one egg. That's
Half
it.
an egg?
Half an egg or half an egg or one egg. That's it. You're not allowed to get any more eggs. I am home. I'm home. I'm eating 20 eggs in the morning. 20 eggs on its own in the bulk. Off season now, in season now, I eat like 8 or 9 eggs. Now I'm only allowed 1 egg. And then when I was sleeping, I had no blanket. My whole roommates, all of us had no blankets. They said we have to bring our own blankets. So I mean, for all African Games champ, putting us in a hostel without blankets, without food, with warm water, we're not allowed to. We're not getting cold water. There's no fridges, nothing. I expected a lot more. I love Ghana. Ghana is amazing. I'm going to explore it now the next week. Me and my buddy, we're finished now, so we're going to explore it for the next week. But the staying conditions wasn't great, eh?
Charlie, you know, if you're an athlete or if you're a sportsman.
I did small in junior high and then small in senior high.
My mates who were like footballers and what do you call it, sprinters and whatever it is.
Mm-hmm.
When we gather and we are eating, like they can gather like 4 or 5 people's food and eat it, and nothing. The world will not come to an end. And when they finish, they will not sleep. Me, if I eat that kind of food, I will sleep. They will, yeah. They will eat and not sleep. Now the gentleman says he eats 9 eggs on his own
in season.
In season,
like in season means when
yes. And then when the season is off, 20 eggs on his own. Then he comes and say, "We'll take 1 egg, and then just 1 chicken bone. That's it. No blankets in the room. The water is 1 temperature. And you know, people have come from different climates. Even though we're all in Africa,
the climate is
assuming that this person comes from, let's say, Cape Town, or comes from, let's say, Kenya, he's used to a certain temperature. So when you keep everything like, okay, you are treating, and you see, they took that same mentality that they treat us with there. Because when you go for, sometimes you go for a buffet at a hotel, and then it's a buffet, but they are dictating to you how you should eat. It's a buffet. They say, oh, the salad is finished. What is left is cabbage. So you have to manage the cabbage. No, this is not good. This is not good. After 4 decades, with all the bragging that we did, come on.
It's not good. And
come on.
And this is covered by international press.
They are there.
We are embarrassing ourselves.
Yes.
In ways we should not have after the All Africa
media
Games.
Tribune has been taken over by Jama people. So I'm wondering where the international press is reporting from.
They are
the same place. That's why in Calvin's post he said they are also there, but they can't hear anything.
Even hear anything.
You know, before the South African, right? There was a Ghanaian who was speaking and said they were told the race is at 4
p.m. When he got there, so he
decided to come early. He got there and he realized they are calling for his race.
He said they had actually called for his race, so he jumped into the thing
without
no warm up, nothing, and he still came second.
Oh, what sort of embarrassment?
Imagine if he had gotten there earlier, he had warmed up. That's what I'm saying. That's why I mentioned.
So he got there at 4.
No, he got there earlier.
Got there at 2. That he was told that the race is at 4. And then he said, "Oh, let me just get there earlier at 2 and see what's happening." Only for him to get there and say, the showdown is about to happen. Oh.
No, I genuinely want to know.
God.
Maybe I haven't experienced. I genuinely want to know, appreciate, and understand.
No, Marina is the work of the devil.
What goes into putting together these events? Because we cannot consistently make mockery of ourselves in the manner in which we do. How do you tell an athlete that your race is at 4? The person says, "So then let me go in a lot earlier." Gets there and is hearing call 1, call 2, call 3, and that is the race. He was told by officials that it's going to happen at 4. They are calling it around 2.
Let's just wait for the report.
Look, Marina,
we can't
wait for the report.
We can't wait for the report.
We say, relax, gentlemen. I say, wait for the report. You read interesting things.
You see, the reason I said we can't wait for reports is we waited for the report of All African Games.
We read English.
What has happened? Like we sit, watch on for everything to just. That's why I asked the question: what does it take? What does it take to say 4 is 4 and persons get there and it is 4? To say, oh, athlete, this is your room, this is a blanket, this is a fridge, this is that, this is that.
So the gentleman said there was no fridge in the room, right? There was no blanket in the room. It was.
They are hosted. They are being housed at the Legon hostels, right?
Where we stay.
The ones used for the All Africa Games.
The ones that we spent a lot of money to remake.
But we fitted with air conditioners and we're 260.
No. Somebody's doing us.
Even what I understand. You see, this was day 1.
Somebody's doing us.
We are doing ourselves.
This is day 1. Morning session had 100 meters men, long jump, shot put, 400 meters hurdle, 100 meters women, long jump, 100 meters men, heat, high jump men, 400. All of these events, not everything happened yesterday. So some of the events are having to go into today and the coming days.
And that's not even good for media coverage. Because if you want this to be broadcast on...
This is not it is not inter-school. So
DSTV, Supersport.
This is not inter-school. So its airtime according to the schedule.
This is not inter-core. Even inter-core, it is organized.
You see, so if you give a schedule, the media plans the airtime accordingly. Then you come changing things anyhow. Then you miss the slots. Because the slots, the airtime too doesn't come cheap. So are we even getting a broadcast of the events?
Charlie, we need to talk to the sports minister, talk to National Sports Authority.
And the Ghana Athletics Association.
They need to come forward properly. Because, see, the kind of hype that was given to this this contest or this competition and what we are hearing. And this is not somebody who is a journalist who has gone to observe it, who is coming to say it. These are the athletes themselves, including Ghanaian athletes, who are telling you that, I was told that the thing is at 4 p.m. So my own concern said, oh, Charlie, go there. Only for me to get there, and I'm told
so he would have actually missed it.
He would have been disqualified. He would have been disqualified. We would have lost. And then the narrative would not be that he did not show up.
Kuzo, play the sound of the Ghanaian for me again.
Play that sound.
The guy who says he was there.
Ghana time, they give us 4 o'clock. Not knowing that at 2 o'clock that you are starting the race. So it be my decision to come around, to come and ensure, not knowing that they have almost called first call room, second call room. So no warm up, nothing. See. Ghana time, they give us 4 o'clock. Not knowing that 2 o'clock that you are starting the race. So it be my decision to come around, to come and ensure, not knowing that they have almost called first call room, second call room. So no warm up, nothing. See. Ghana time, they give us 4 o'clock. Not knowing that 2 o'clock that you are starting the race. So it be my decision to come around, to come and ensure, not knowing that they have almost called first call room, second call room. So no warm up, nothing. See.
Oh, Charlie. Kwame Nkrumah, come and see your back. Kwame Nkrumah, come and see your back. Your back is not fine at all, Kwame Nkrumah. Come and see your back. Come and see your back.
I'm even lost for words.
Charlie, that you are told that your contest is up. Can you imagine if it like this is an exam? Like
so
an
we are
exam.
not keeping to time.
It's not about keeping to time.
Our
the guy was misled. We have to find who misled him, who told him that Charlie, you can sleep.
No, but even in the schedule, it's 4 o'clock, right?
Yes.
I see 1,500.
There's a 1,400.
There's a 1,400 men's heat.
Yeah.
Yes.
And then there's a 1,500. There's a 1600 men's heat.
Yes,
I'm sure that was what he contested.
He went to do at 2:00.
But then, so it means that they had then decided that, okay, we had planned this for 4, but like, Charlie, let's change it to 2 p.m.
Just like that.
Yeah, but I mean, can you, and you need, these things mean a lot to these athletes, because it also works with their credit.
They couldn't carry out one event, so they decided to quickly move to the next.
Yeah, but is it my fault? Must you change my time because you couldn't do what you had to do?
It's not. It doesn't paint a good picture.
We can do better. We can do way
Let me take you to Ghana's favorite newspaper. Policeman caged over 38,000 Momo vendor robbery. Mahama Dumso Post, Aguna West organizer released. NPP slams government. Kaswa trader killed, suspect arrested. And 300 seek voluntary repatriation. This is on the heels of the attack on Ghanaians in South Africa. Mine duties at Edubuahin's house. Company, not criminal. Mine duties at Edubuahin's company, not criminal. I guess this is from one of the witnesses. That story is on page 6 of the Daily Guide newspaper. That's it.
Yeah. Oh, right. The Finder newspaper. I have the Finder. I'm so.
Yeah, you're still thinking about it.
You come back home.
Processing a few things.
Recover.
Just sprint away from it.
Sometimes it's very difficult to process.
Just sprint away from it.
Tackle inflation drivers through direct intervention. Analysts the government. That's the new Finder. 2026 budget could collapse automobile industry. BOG to launch fintech innovation hubs nationwide. Government raises 120.2 billion cedis from T-bills in 2026, and banks rebound as capital adequacy hit 17.5%. We can begin to get a bit more in terms of the details. The Ghana CEO Summit is coming up on the 28th of May. I know that our CEO is
going to be there.
Is going to be there as
Beatrice
well.
Agyemang will be there.
Yeah, so it's of important mention. And none of the papers
there's one that I saw quite interesting on page 13 of the daily graphic that talks about the MPA piloting 24-hour economy in the petroleum downstream. I can't wait for it to actually be operationalized fully, because I go to my beloved Tamale, for example. There's one filling station on that airport road stretch that does 24-hour. I know that in Accra, unless I'm mistaken, the airport Shell does 24-hour.
24, yes.
Yeah.
But then aside that, all others. So I usually have
these ones, Star Oil also has a 24-hour service at some of their outlets.
So I have a habit. I've cultivated a habit over the years of at least getting a half tank before I go to sleep, because anything at all can happen
at night.
Yeah, and you are not too sure. There are people who say, "Oh, I'll wait till tomorrow." I have so, but if you know that you can always move your car and get what do you call it? Get some petrol or some diesel into your car, it will inure to your benefit and help save you from a certain situation. So I cannot wait. What I'm interested in is the security that comes along with it, because this filling station I'm talking about at or in Tamale, you have persons who have sidearms or who have guns, by their side, who are literally telling you, if you're a man, come.
They are ready for you.
If you're a man, come and let's see you. And there are about 2 filling stations next to them who don't. They don't do it at all, because I think that the primary responsibility of those security persons is to ensure that they are protecting the place that they have been designated to go and protect, not necessarily to go and look at the businesses of others. But it will be a good thing if Gordon Eduji Tamaklo Esquire at the MP and his team are able to do this for all of us. It will save us a lot of trouble. I'm not sure about it, but perhaps you go to some of the filling stations maybe around 9:30, getting into the 10-ish, and you find actually there's some quick rush for people to get fuel and all of that. I pray that this becomes a reality, so that we are able to get this over and done with, Mawada.
Absolutely.
No, I don't have anything here, but I have a problem with STC. STC is still giving the people of my home region rotten buses.
Rickety buses.
I don't know whether rotten is stronger than rickety.
Or leaky buses.
Rickety is stronger than rotten. I want the words that a word that
or lame buses.
That the road is already bad enough. Then a bus leaves around 5:30 last night, yesterday in the evening. Around 11 p.m., the bus had broken down at Tanena. For those who know the distance, it's like from Accra to, let's say, Insam. The bus breaks down, and the people have to sleep on the road. And this is not the first time this is happening.
It's regular.
It's not the second time this is happening. You go to STC yard. A bus is scheduled to leave at 4:35. By 7 p.m., there's still no bus. And there's no courtesy of announcing to the people what the challenge is. The people are seated at the STC yard, waiting for a bus. Nobody is saying anything. Nobody is minding them. You go to STC yard, you cannot, even the benches are not comfortable. On top of that, you are not communicating to passengers. On top of that, it's like you don't even care. This is not the STC we know.
But this, this STC
is not the STC.
This STC problem. I brought Nana Kumia. In fact, Nana Kumia sat in this particular chair where I'm sitting, and he admitted to most of these problems, or if not all of them. I remember that I asked him a question about some ADB facility that had been sought to change the buses that had been procured, because the buses at the time when we spoke, these were old buses that, for want of a better expression, I would say had expired and had to be changed. Now, I asked him why those new buses had not come through, blah, blah, blah. You remember I asked him also about how the buses were insured. And he says that the insurance that had to come with the buses was supposed to have come from Enterprise Insurance. Dole. Now, you ask yourself how STC, which used to be the market leader, has suddenly become a company that's doing catch-up. There are also reports of STC yard being used for private business by people. So you find the buses that are branded STC, but they actually don't belong to STC. Now, if you're a business...
Oh, really?
Yes.
Private operators.
Private buses that do not belong. Those small buses that you see going to Ho and the rest. Most of them don't belong.
The state doesn't own them.
No. These are STC stuff. I put it to him. He could not. He didn't deny it. Now, this new CEO or this new MD has come in, and we have not seen any new thing that he is also bringing on board. Mind you, when these Scania buses were bought, we had people who were wearing uniforms. You remember? Nice uniforms. They were serving us drinks.
Yes.
And we could charge our phones.
We had waiters inside.
We had Wi-Fi.
Wi-Fi inside.
So we all left the other people and went back to our STC.
Yes.
And then now STC is like the horse that you flog and it cannot gallop. You flog it and say, what is going on? And this is supposed to be the state. It belongs to the state. If the competitors who are with STC decide that tomorrow they will not operate, we as a country cannot do FOCO to them. You know that STC's business went down so low that they had to move a terminal from the original STC yard around to bring it in between 2M Express and VIP and close to Neoplan Station and OA.
Yes.
Because they saw that, and at that time when they did that, competition had already left them.
Yes.
And they are still behaving as if competition is not. You are speaking about Upper West. Go to the Upper East, same situation. Go to the North, same situation.
In fact, I am told that the bus that moves from Wa to Tamale is a known bus. If when you get to STC yard and you see the bus, you go back. You have to go and find, because if you dare sit in that bus, it will take you 3 years to get to Tamale from Wa.
Can you imagine?
The message I'm just getting right now is that the bus that left around 5:30 yesterday is now getting to Kumasi. No, not arriving in Accra.
It's in Kumasi now.
It's now in Kumasi.
A whole night.
A journey that originally would take like 5 hours max is taking what?
12
hours.
12, 13, maybe more.
So if I'm coming for a meeting, yes, the road has a problem. There's this and that. But what is the condition of
the bus
buses?
you're given?
You know,
what is the condition of the bus?
You know, these days, most of the big men like to use the flights.
Yes.
I think we should have a policy where they all are forced to use the buses. Oh, yes.
Then they realize.
That, Charlie, this is the situation. So how do we fix it? That's always been my advocacy. Public hospital, we complain about public hospitals, blah, 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 blah. We complain about it, but we are not getting it fixed. Okay, let's put a restriction. No big man flies out of the country for medical care. When you are ill, critically ill, terminally ill, almost about to die, before you die, about to get sick, let's keep you at Kolebu, Konfanochi, Cape Coast Teaching Hospital, Wa Government Hospital. Let's keep you in any of these facilities.
In fact, we'll let you choose where you want to go.
Yeah, you choose. Then we will keep you there. Then you will feel what the people feel. When you get out, you remember the ET Mensa detention. When he came back, he said the cells are bad. They have to change the toilets, blah, blah, blah. So all along, when he had been regional minister,
he's not gone there.
He
before.
had been mayor.
How would he know?
He had been works and environmental minister. He had been this. He had not been there. They had to put him in there.
Experience
for him
best
to come back to say no, this one is not good. But people's fathers and mothers have been in there. Have been kept there. Sometimes in their offices when people are put on remand, they say, "Oh, let him do another 2 weeks." So I think that the STC situation can only be solved if we ask our big men to also travel.
To travel via STC.
Travel by the road. That's
These days, they don't even like to travel in their own VX because of how long the journey
No, that's what he's saying. So now they all go by flight.
That's what
so they will fly.
They go to the
if you are going to Wa, they fly to Wa and they go and rent a car in Wa.
Even their own
their
vehicles, which are very comfortable and can withstand the shocks and bumps on our roads.
Yes.
They do not enjoy traveling or doing the long distance.
But they know that after one trip, they have to go to the dealer and go and get the
car fixed,
properly fixed. If not, they'll be driving.
So STC, the treatment you are giving the people of the Upper West region, it is not.
And it's not just the Upper West region.
And I want to add the Upper East, the Northern region.
Add this Enche Western North area.
North side, yes, Western North side. That's that area too. I keep hearing stories about that side too. It is not. If you don't have strong buses to travel those routes, withdraw and let the people go to your competition. You can't continue subjecting people
is it
to
cheaper?
This kind of. Is which one cheaper?
It cheaper?
Yes, their fares are cheaper.
STC is cheaper.
Their fares are cheaper. So you take somebody on a journey, a trip that should take 5 hours. The person is done 12 hours already.
And not even half of the journey.
And not even half of the journey is done. I mean, how? And you are also faring pregnant women the same way.
Yeah.
You are faring the weak. You are faring the vulnerable. So all the conditions that apply to private transportation apply to you too.
You know that,
and they don't even use STC doesn't even use the Bole Bamboy solar road. They bypass. They go through the Mango. They use the popular Fufoso solar road because of the condition of the road. And upon all of that, your buses are still not strong. You take a bus, embark on a journey from Wa. 5 p.m. 7 a.m. you are in Kumasi. You are still in Kumasi. In fact, it says that we are now getting to Kumasi. That's what the message says.
See, so
and they are headed towards Accra.
They are coming to Accra.
So in 2018.
So it means that they will get to Accra by 5 p.m.
2018, I was supposed to have traveled to Tamale. At the time, the Musa Superior was the MC at the time. And I was supposed to go and host the Mayor's Excellence Award. My good friend Damana Hafiz, may he rest in peace, he had invited me. So I was supposed to get on the flight, but it rained here heavily
So it disrupted.
It disrupted. By the time I got to the airport, they said they had closed the counter, and I couldn't disappoint the people. So my option was to join a bus to Tamale. That was the worst day of my life in recent time. So I got there, and then I did my ticketing. And like Sisters is explaining, after sitting there for about an hour, nobody explained anything to me. But I'm seeing that, I'm looking at the time on my
departure time.
And it was way past, like more than an hour. And nobody said anything. It was like business as usual. It's okay.
Yeah.
And I'm like, okay, so I'm a Ghanaian. I can shush about it. But what if it's a foreigner? Somebody who had come to visit us and had read so much about Tamale, or read so much about Goshegu, or read so much about Yendi, and wanted to visit the place. How does what kind of testimonial does this person take away with him or her to their place of origin or their country of origin? I think that STC needs to do better. And you see, another problem that I noticed with STC is that for a long time, the state refused to do business with the state. There's a state insurance corporation or company, SIC, right? Ask how many of our state institutions ensure their vehicles, their property, their assets with SIC. There's a wisdom in Dr. Kwame Nkrumah setting up those things. I'm not against private business. And private people can always go and do business with private people. But when the state decides not to do business with the state, it becomes a problem. The state deciding not to do business with the state is a problem. Dr. Papa Kwesi Ndum's enterprise is surviving today, even though he was dealt a very heavy and dirty blow during the banking sector cleanup or collapse. I don't know, we're confused as to what to call it. Because his businesses do business with each other, right? So the what do you call it? His media houses, they have a conference or something, they would use Coconut Grove, right? His manufacturing factory, what do you call it? The factories will want to have a seminar or something, they will use Coconut Grove, and in that order. So the money always flows within the company. In our particular case, we decide that the state will not do business with the state. How do you ensure that STC gets money to be able to buy some of these buses? How do we ensure that STC gets money to buy some of these buses? And buses are not supposed to be the regular trotros that we've been talking and complaining about. Because those rickety trotros, you sit in them, you can actually see the street. You sit in them, the light is so dim, the driver can't see the road. You sit in them, the seats are too, what do you call it, cramped up together. You sit in them, the roof is leaking when it rains. You're better off walking than sitting in any of those things called trotro. And we are transposing all of those things to now the state coach. When STC was set up, this was not what it was. And we have seen STC, and I'm saying that in the not so distant past, we have seen STC staff properly, dressed up like you would see in other jurisdictions, providing courteous service, reliable service, dependable service to the people. So what happened?
Mediocrity has become
If it's a leadership problem, change the leadership. If it's the mindset of the people who work at STC, change them, transfer people. If it's a business culture that is not functional, change it. But by all means, don't let people come and queue and with the intention of having good quality, deciding to stay with you even when they have you have competition that they could have gone to easily to make sure that their lives are made better. Don't make their lives difficult, using their own money to punish them. That's what you're doing.
Yeah. They get into a contract of some sort with you to ferry them.
That's what you're doing.
The time is up and you haven't done anything.
That's what you are doing.
You should sue them a number of times.
Sue. Can they pay? Right. That's what you're doing. People bring you their money so that you take care of them and you decide to frustrate them instead. Don't do that. Don't do that. You are children of God.
Yeah.
Don't do that.
So this morning we've had conversations, two separate incidents, and the ongoing athletics championship. We're talking STC and across board. It's such mediocrity that is running through.
The mediocrity includes also the road contractors who have gone to collect.
Let's
find the minister's tip.
That's our next bane. And then we do the CID's news address from yesterday, where there's a child trafficking syndicate. Frederick,
a midwife is actually involved. Can you imagine?
Yes, there's a midwife involved.
Oh, there's always an insider.
There's
you are a midwife. Maybe they don't understand their role. You are a midwife. You are the wife in the middle. You are the wife in the middle. It's not just a title. You are the wife in the middle. Fred, play the minister's tape.
So it's the Elubu Enchi Road, and the minister yesterday was not a happy man. It's the third time or something that he's been on a tour of some of that nature, and the contractors are not on the road. They've paid 80 million plus.
I like the posture of the Minister for Roads and Highways.
In terms of mobilization.
Governance Kwame Agboja. He wants to give you an opportunity to work. He wants to make sure that...
He defeats timelines.
He wants to make sure that you are comfortable enough to at least start work. He has a dependable Deputy Minister, Alasan Suhini, who is also doing a good job. But I need to tell him that if the people that he sticks his neck out for to do the work are not doing the work, he should lose them. Because the Ghanaian people are looking for better... We were just talking about STC a while ago. That Elubo Enchi Road, have you traveled it before, Marina?
Nope.
You need to travel that road. I traveled to Bodi one time. We were climbing
Samson Bodi.
I tell you. we were climbing up Marina. The road was so slippery. It had rained. The car, even though it was a good 4x4, it was just on a free fall.
Even the car was a good 4x4.
The car didn't want to come down. It didn't want to go up. It was just coming down. Kozo, play the thing for us. So the minister is clearly not happy, and I think rightly so. But it is not enough for the minister to say, I am not happy. It is, and these visits are not planned. The contractors are not told
Which is good.
The contractors are not told that we are going to visit your site, because if you tell them, they will mobilize
they will quickly
people
do
and go and start doing. They will, like they say in the barracks, they will do eye service for you. I don't like eye service. They will do eye service for you. Now, the fact that he goes to visit and he's seen it once, twice, it should not be on the third occasion.
Oh yeah, because this is not any big issue. He's got this job. He's been persuaded on countless occasions. He came there to the office with a member of parliament. The Nananum have spoken, encouraging him, and he's done less than 1% so far. He doesn't show the commitment to do the work. So the chief executive will activate the necessary processes to officially terminate and get somebody else who is capable.
Would he have to pay back? Or
we haven't paid him. We haven't paid him any money. Okay. Yes, we haven't paid him any money. So today we have.
Yeah. So that's the minister on one of such roads. He's been me. The question I keep asking: why are people, or why is it taking our minister to be on the road before we get to realize that persons who have received government contracts are not working?
You see,
what has happened to the monitoring?
I have a very favorite question that I ask. That this morning people will take their bath, they would have their breakfast, they would tell their family and friends that I'm going to work. But then to do what work? Because where the minister is, there is supposed to be an engineer whose job is to ensure that this contractor turns up to work. And if this contractor doesn't turn up to work, there's a weekly report, maybe a monthly report that is supposed to be submitted to the ministry or to the region and for onward submission to the ministry that this is what is happening. And I'm not sure that this contractor was given this job just yesterday. Now, we are the same people who will go and clamor and say that they have not given me any job. I'm a contractor. I can do this. I have the capacity. And we are all seeing what the likes of Maripoma is doing.
They are also
I'm coming.
They have received contracts and they are not working. In fact, the first tour the minister was on.
I am saying that we have seen what Maripoma is doing at the Pokwasi area, right? Now, everybody's attention seems to be on that stretch. So they have moved everything to that stretch and they are doing active work there. You get the point? Now, there are other places where they may not be working. Do they have the capacity to do it? That's the first question to ask. Because the president himself, in announcing Big Push, says, I will not give any of these Big Push contracts to even my friends who are wheelbarrow contractors. The president was very clear. He said, I will not. You can be my friend, but if you don't have the capacity, I will not give you the work. Now, if the minister has given the job to this man, or by tender, or whichever committee put together, agreed that this man is fit to do the work, it means that he has capacity. And thus far, if he's not demonstrating that the capacity will benefit the people, there is no point keeping him on the job. Because you see, people's homes have been demolished. Those homes that have been demolished, they will not have time to wait. So that we don't have a repeat of Frederick Kunzo Tiani's home, his grandfather's home being demolished for the purposes of building the Pwalugu multipurpose dam. And up until now, we don't have it. We don't want to have a similar thing like that. If you look at the images on our social media page now, you find that people's homes were demolished. On the other side, people's homes will be demolished too. Now, if you come and demolish my home, and you are not able to put up the road in record time, because there are timelines to this, and you're not able to do it, because a very important road from Ivory Coast coming all the way down into the western region, western north, and then into Accra and beyond. So if you're not able to, if you can't do the work, just pack your things and let somebody else come and do the work. How difficult is that one? What kind of Konongo Kaya's attitude is that? What is that?
But you know, the last time also I raised the point about the project management process. For big projects like this, there are layers. And you're asking, you want to know the people in charge of supervision, the people in charge of monitoring, are they up to it? If the person mobilized to site in December, I think that is what I heard in the voice. Person mobilized to site in December. Between December and May, it's like 6 months, 7 months. The person has not performed. But at every stage, are there assessments? Are there targets within that must be achieved at every stage? And what is happening? The people supposed to be mobilized, monitoring this. Are they monitoring? Are they reporting on it? And all of that. So the ministry itself would have to re-look at its internal mechanisms to see the places that they are also failing, where which failure is enabling contractors not to live up to expectation. Absolutely. So that they also tighten up those ones.
Mutala is here. Will do sports for us.
Today, he didn't bring questions.
No. That's why I didn't bring questions. We are being mocked and serious from what is happening at
speaking to the
senior athletics championship.
It's an embarrassment.
Other nationals
when you say we, you mean
especially
Ghana?
Ghana, especially the Nigerians. They say we can do better because
because they
know that. As for the African shame, they hold it.
Yes.
But now you want to take it over from
take the title. They not agree.
We are being told that we are spending around 40 million Ghana cedi to host the
of the taxpayers' money.
Yes, which is not enough for competition that is hosting other nationals. Now, you set up an athletics competition. One of the most important equipment you need to have is a timer. People don't raise, and they are now asking their coaches, what time did I make? What time did I make? Even the start gun that they use. It has been more functioning almost every now and then. We don't know what is just happening. It looks like it was a rushed preparation, and
was that preparation at all?
Charlie, there was, because we had ample time, but there were series of
having time doesn't mean
there were series of meetings between the Ghana Athletics Association, the Ministry of Sports and Recreation, series of meetings.
Let me stop you there.
I know people who do meetings. I know people who do meetings, but nothing happens on the ground.
No. That's the point I was going to make. We're not saying meetings are not important.
You people are not getting it right. The thing is Konum tea. They went to congregate to drink tea.
You understand? Because when you mentioned preparation, all you have said is meetings. Meetings.
Because
meetings doesn't ready a ground.
No, this is bigger than meetings. So
meetings
because you're talking about shotgun. So how many of those guns do we have?
Tony, we don't even have a timer.
No,
I'm
saying that. Get the man.
To be
at one of those plenty meetings,
even have
somebody would have said that we need a timer, we need a gun, we need
one of the best. I mean,
and somebody would
runners
have said,
on the African continent right now is Amusan, the Nigerian international. Right. Yeah. And he said that, how can I come to a competition where there's no timer? He's never seen this anywhere before.
Nobody has ever seen it.
And you know, it actually breeds what do you call it, confusion. Because I would say I've won. Sixtus will say he won. Mutala will say because we are on the same finish line.
And there's a divided opinion on this. Some are saying, 40 million because they are trying to cut costs and don't want to repeat what happened in the All African Games. And others are saying if you're doing it,
you must do it well.
Yes, when you put the money out there, people will talk. But as you guys always say, we know the cost of everything, but we don't know the value. Because we are going global.
People don't just talk about
all the stories coming out from the Senior Athletics Championship are not pleasant to Ghana.
Negative.
Charlie, the media box, the Tribune. Tell me about it.
Okay, so now it's been taken over.
I'm just ignoring the empty stadium. Don't talk about the empty stadium.
It's been taken over by fans who come to watch the game because that is like one of the safest places you can go because of the shade. You don't have to be in the sun. So people are even complaining at the mixed zone. Someone was saying he was granting an interview with an athlete. Then the kebab seller came to pass.
Nice one.
Pass.
This is Ghana.
So this
is Ghana.
The country is hosting.
So the athlete is from Botswana, and the athlete was surprised that you are granting an interview with me, and then someone is holding kebab. He came to pass as if nothing is happening. Like,
the athletics spectacle is happening. It's the 2014 African.
No.
I'm reading the LPM about the thing. I'm reading the LPM about the athletics competition.
Where are they hosting? Where are they housing the athletes?
Coming live.
Relax. You read.
From the 12th to the 17th of May. We have to do sports. We got some time.
Relax. Charlie, let him answer the question. Where are they hosting the athletes?
That's what I'm different hotels.
Okay.
So for them.
So in which hotel did they not find their blankets?
The University of Ghana Sports Complex Legon has become the battleground for all of Africa's greats to be here, and we're seeing them come through. Toby Amason and a host of others, Beatrice Chebet, alongside our very own Benjamin Azamati, Abdul Rashid Saminu, Joe Paul, and the likes. This is speed, this is power. It's the 2014 Africa Athletics Championship. Feel the heat. Champions within Africa, powered by the Ministry of Sports and Recreation, Confederation of African Athletics, and the Ghana Athletics Association. Be there, feel it live. Let's go. Let's turn up. Let's fill the place up and make it look good. Johnny's just laughing at me, but right now let's do sports. Mutala is here. He will do sports for us, and let's do sports.
Time for sports here on 3FM Sunrise. My name is Mutale Yakubu. Coming up this morning, day one of the Africa Senior Athletics Championship has concluded, and we have all the updates. Also, a minority leader in Parliament, Alexander Afenyo-Markins, has been speaking about the Black Stars. All that and more right here on Sunrise. Let's settle for the details and start off with some update from the world. The Africa Athletics Championship, which is happening at the University of Ghana. And day one has concluded with my colleague Bill Eshen, who was at the stadium, bringing us updates on all that happened.
To a close here at the University of Ghana Sports Stadium. It has been mixed results for Team Ghana. Now in the 100 meters male event, Abdul Rashid Saminu, Joseph Paulamwa and Edwin Gadai have all secured places in the semi-finals of the competition. But for the female division, Ghana were unfortunate to not secure places in the semi-finals. There was also the 400 meters female edition where Portia Nkrumah of Samo Senior High School failed to make it to the next round. But there was some good news for the men's division in other competitions, as well as they pushed on in some other competitions. There's Alex Amankwa, who finished third in his heat in the 800 meters and has to wait to see whether he makes it to the final of the competition as well. And in the other countries, Tobi Amusan, who is one of the faces of the competition, actually excelled in 100-meter hurdles, making it to the final, and she hopes that Nigeria makes a clean sweep in the final. Now we expect that on Tuesday, day two, Ghana actually competes in the 100-meter semis, featuring Ghana's fastest man, Abdul Rashid Saminu, Joseph Paulamwa, and Edwin Gadai, and other competitions as well, which will be coming up later at the University of Ghana Stadium. Bilishan for 3 Sports from the University of Ghana Stadium.
That's my colleague Bill Eshen, and there's more updates on all our socials, 3 Sports GH, and you get videos as well on our Facebook page. Away from athletics, let's do some football, where minority leader Alexander Afenyo-Markins believes the Black Stars can surpass expectation ahead of the 2026 World Cup if they are well motivated. Ghana will come up against Panama, England, and Croatia in Group L in the Mondial, slated to be hosted across the USA, Canada, and Mexico this summer. With expectations low ahead of the tournament, the minority leader said Ghana possesses the quality and talent needed to make a significant impact at the tournament in North Africa.
They need to be properly motivated. The incentives that are supposed to be in place must be in place. I'm looking forward to hear what the sports minister has to say as Parliament resumes, because definitely it needs to brief Parliament on the measures they put in place to enable the team do better. I mean, Ghana has a great potential when it comes to football. We know what we did in South Africa, where we crossed the 1/16 stage and we're almost there, but for the penalty shootout by Mr. Samuel, we were going to get into the quarterfinals. And
South Africa,
South Africa 2010, we all watch. Has it that when a Ghanaian team is properly composed and well motivated, they go beyond expectation. So I wish them well. Many identify Ghana with football. It's not the politics. Then football also brings us together. So I look forward to.
That is the minority leader in Parliament, Kofi Adams, who was speaking on a New Day on TV3. So on the World Cup, Ghanaian audiences are set to enjoy full live coverage of the 2026 FIFA World Cup after the government, supported by a growing fundraising campaign, secured broadcast rights for the global showpiece. Minister for Sports and Recreation, Kofi Adams, confirmed the development during a ceremony marking a major financial boost to the Black Stars preparation. The announcement came as GCB Bank presented 5 million Ghana cedi in donation to the national team's fundraising initiative, underlining corporate backing for Ghana's World Cup preparation.
We see, through the support of government and the fundraising efforts that we are putting together, we have been able to secure the broadcast rights that allow consortium of media houses, not just one as it used to be in the past, but a number of them to telecast the World Cup matches live.
Kofi Adams there announcing that Ghana has secured rights to show the 2026 FIFA World Cup. On May 26th in London, the Ghana Football Association will host a session to outline their vision and begin engaging the next generation of rising prospects in the United Kingdom. General Manager of MG Sports, Michael Oteje, shared his thoughts on this new initiative.
We are cooking a football meal that should have been cooked many years ago. But you know what we say in Ghana? We say better late than never. And the use of the term cook reminds me of something that we say sometimes about our attitude, never to contribute to the building up process and just to wait for it to be set. There is a conversation, a theme, a strand that's run through a lot of the conversations that I've had with ex-footballers, with Samuel Osei-Kuffour, with Gerard Asamoah, with Kojo Asamoah, with Daniel Opare, with everybody you speak on and off camera, and it's a sense that maybe Ghana is not utilizing the vast base of the Ghanaian diaspora, especially in Europe, where the best training facilities for players and the rest are available. It's a subject that's gone on and on and on. Sami Kuffour was particularly emotive about the subject. Gerard Asamoah suggested the GFA needed to be doing regular camping in Europe to identify these players nice and early, and I've spoken about it a lot of times. We are in no way claiming credit for what the GFA is doing, but it's nice to see that the ideas and the conversations and the rest aligns with theirs. So you will see this flyer that is on the Ghana Football Association deciding that it will begin holding a series of engagements with the Ghanaian community in multiple European cities. There will be London, I think there will be a few ones. Germany is an inevitable base. Belgium has a big base of Ghanaian players because a lot of ex-Ghanaian players settled there. Italy is a huge one with a big base of Ghanaian community there as well. Holland, you cannot leave that out. That is little Ghana in Amsterdam and all those places. There's a big base. And I think in many ways, it makes sense why this has to happen.
General Manager for Sports at MG, that is Michael Oteje. Moving on, let's do some grassroots football where former Ghana international Yao Ichampo believes the Democracy Youth Cup is a positive initiative that will play a key role in nurturing young, talented footballers. Speaking after a successful opening day of the Democracy Youth Cup tournament, where he is serving as one of the lead scouts alongside veteran coach Jay Sapon, the former Ghana international expressed optimism about the impact of the competition.
Me and Coach Sam, our role is to scout the best players and everything. You see, in Ghana, we have a lot of talents. Doing this, we have seen a lot of things. I believe in the future we can even have some of the national team players because it's very interesting. Yeah, it can come to reality because I myself started with the national under 16, the national under 20, national under 23, and then to the Blasters, and it helps. So I believe it's a very good move.
Yao Ichampo there. Let's use some more before we check out of the studio because Francis Amuzu will make his debut for the Ghana Black Stars in the upcoming international friendly against Mexico. The Brazilian club, that is his club, Grêmio, has blocked him from joining the national team camp, which is scheduled to start around May 14th, and also believe that the Ghana Football Association reportedly notified them too late. Grêmio considers the winger too important to release him during a busy period where they are scheduled to play multiple games. So Francis Amuzu will not be making his debut for Ghana against Mexico because Grêmio will not allow him to be part of the team. Finally, let's finish off at the Etihad where Manchester City will be playing Crystal Palace today in an English Premier League game. Should City fail to win that game, then Arsenal will be smiling as they win their first ever Premier League title after 22 years. Pep Guardiola is the head coach of Manchester City.
They're so professional, the teams. Crystal Palace, we play top against that. We saw Leeds yesterday against the Spurs, how even being out of the relegation battle, so they are in Premier League again, how they compete. We play here against Aston Villa in the past, or West Ham, nothing to play, and it was how difficult it was, so I'm pretty sure they will do the best, knowing that, of course, they have the final 3 days later.
That's it by way of sports here on 3FM Sunrise. Sorry, my name is Mutale Akubu. There's more sports on all our socials at 3 Sports GH. And also we'll be bringing you a regular update on the Senior Africa Athletics Championship, which is currently happening at the University of Ghana. There's more after this.
From germs and bacteria with confidence. Cleanse hand soap effectively kills 99.9% of germs with every
Let me talk to you about First HR Hotel, because if you're coming to Pram Pram, you belong to First HR, because we focus on three things: peace, people, and quality. It's a serene escape with legendary service and world-class comfort. We are not just a hotel, we are your home for tranquility. Reach us 050-335-9598 or 0303-989-737. Now, people should book First HR Heights because we don't just provide a room. We provide a reset. Our guests tell us they feel an immediate sense of peace the moment they walk in. A rare kind of assurance that lets their tensions just melt away. If you're looking for a sanctuary where the staff genuinely respect your peace and treat you like family, we're your first and only choice. We're also located in town, just about 25 minutes drive to the Accra Business Center. (025-606-0665) as well as 025-607-0666 are the numbers by which you reach First HR. And so we're continuing to provide this notice to all parents of first year SHS boarding students. EduPack, the Ghana Education Service approved and supported national SHS initiative implemented by Prospectus Ghana, is now in progress across the country. Parents are already registering so that their children's trunk, Macintosh, mattress and pillow, as well as plastic chop box, will be ready and waiting at their school before reporting day. Do not delay and be caught in the usual last-minute market rush carrying heavy items under pressure. With EduPack, your child does not need to travel to school with these 4 essential items. To register, simply dial *713*821#, visit any ADB branch or go to www.edupackgh.com, edupackgh.com. Make payment, keep your receipt, and present it on opening day to collect all your child's EduPack items. Your EduPack registration follows you to any SHS you're placed in. Avoid the stress, avoid the rush, prepare with confidence, all at a very affordable price. EduPack, approved and supported by the Ghana Education Service GES. For a bit more in terms of information, reach them on 050-060-0607, 050-060-0607, or 0302-955-050. EduPack, no stress, no wahala. And Ghana, the 24th African Athletics Championship is happening as we speak. First day of event out of the way. And we'll run until the 17th of May. The University of Ghana Sports Complex, Lagos, is a battleground where Africa's finest champions are going head-to-head in thrilling track and field competitions. Global superstars like Beatrice Chebet, Faith Kipyonjin, Toby Amasun, and the host of others are already here. Toby Amasun won the 100 meters hurdles for females, expects to sweep the finals clean. Our own Benjamin Azamati, Abdul Rashid Saminu, Joe Paul, and the likes, they are racing a lot later today as well. And so it's all about the speed, it's all about the power, the pride, and of course, this is Africa competing at its highest level. The 2014 Africa Athletics Championship, feel the heat. Champions within Africa, it's powered by the Ministry of Sport and Recreation, the Confederation of African Athletes, and Ghana Athletics. Be there, feel it live, witness history, and absolutely feel the heat.
You did see yourself, but today's not permanent. Everybody's day will come. Police or president. On Judgment Day, produce your evidence. In heaven, we all foreigners seeking residence. 2 days in life you can't predict. Don't trip. The day you enter and the day you exit. You fit to go to Dubai, buy expensive dresses. That should be life gonna make you one of excess. So page out what Betty. Now I'm on a karate. You feel like you ain't gonna afford for your century. Don't look down on the farm out in Wenchi. Everybody they talk so they hear less. Even cowards are screaming they're fearless. I could care less if you careful or careless. Live without.
We're getting into the big conversation shortly, but a number of you have sent messages in relation to our conversation from earlier. This one says, the last time I took STC from Accra to Takwa, Wahala. Also, from Accra to Cape Coast, 4 hours. We spent about 1 hour in Cape Coast of loading and loading people and goods. From Cape Coast to Takrady, another 3 to 4 hours. We then had to wait in Takrady for the buses' wipers to be fixed because it had started raining. From Takrady to Takwa, now the driver was doing trotro along the route, picking up passengers as and when he wants. Says boss, I got to Takwa around 2 a.m. Now went to look for my hotel. Meanwhile, I had a meeting at 8 in the morning. No rest. That's my last experience with STC, and I vowed not to go back. So there's a need to improve service delivery. Very, very important. But my guests are in studio with me this morning. Mark Ewusiako is a convener of Election Watch Ghana. Prince Derek J, a senior communications member of the NDC. Derek Ejekumu will join us in studio. So will Andrew Apia Dankwa, is director of legal affairs of the United Party. As we talk, the campus accommodation crisis, the road minister's crackdown on non-performing contractors on our road, and the talk about Panafricanism. We're asking the question, just brief thoughts as well, as to whether or not Africans are safe in member states. 22 past 8. Let's get into the big conversations right now.
The big conversation on 3FM Sunrise. The big conversation on 3FM Sunrise.
Let me say a good morning to Mark Ewusiako's convener of Election Watch Ghana. Mark, good morning to you. I trust it's all as well.
Yes, everything is fine. Yourself?
Oh, by God's grace, we're also well.
I can see that. I can see you are gracing.
Oh, is it that evident?
Oh yes, very, very evidential. Very, very evidential. Oh, Derek, what do you think?
Derek, good morning to you.
Good morning.
Senior communications member of the NDC.
Derek, I was just reading some messages, and one was asking, there are two Dereks. Is it a well-fed? The one who looks well-fed.
Oh.
I was like, oh, no,
even
no,
when
no,
the man is not here, you are taking swipes at him.
No.
So there's a well-fed Derek.
No, I can show you the message. So I'm actually looking at the
flyer out
to see. No, I got it. I understood it.
So one Derek looks well-fed.
Very well-fed.
So you don't look well-fed.
Oh, I didn't. No, I look okay. Just okay. just okay. But one looks very well-fed. So this is the original Prince Derek J. The other one is yet to come. But it's a good day. How's Johnny Hughes and Sixtus? You've dispatched them.
They're around. around there. A number of events, picking up a few of them as well, but it's all part of the job.
Yeah, and
it's all part of the job.
There are other messages. You know, you give the Egbeta this promise you haven't kept. We were supposed to go to cantonments and follow up on the looting.
We'll follow up on a number of those.
So cantonments. And then the airports.
There's airport lands as well.
Yeah, the airport city. From the airport city to the 37 lorry station, that big tract of land. Who's there? What's going on? Then there's the last one is near where the Star Hotel used to be. You know, from the Lands Commission. Going to GIS. Suddenly somebody has boarded off that whole land. Suddenly, people are putting roofing sheets around various plots of land.
The residents of Bamia, I think he lives around there.
I don't know where he lives actually, but I remember 31st December had interest in it, and there was litigation amongst the 31st people. Now that Kunedo is gone, looks like somebody is having plans and ideas, and I think that in keeping with the president's promise to retrieve the lands, over 1,000 revocations have happened. At least the lands minister has given me copies of those 1,000 revocations in Accra and Kumasi. We need the details. We need to know specifics. So, for example, Gold Key, which of their 3 allocations have been revoked? Does that include that large tract of land from the airport city to 37 taxi rank? Who is developing which land? We need to know. And so the Egbeta promise, I'm going to hold your feet to the fire. I'll go with you personally, and the cameras will roll. I would like for Belamunde and the ladies, Nashoko and others to join. It shouldn't be an all-men affair. And when ladies go, people believe that they are telling the truth, straight from the heart. You know, the other one, the other ladies on the set with your friend, was on the morning show, the TV3 morning show.
Cookie.
Yeah, Cookie T. Yeah, Cookie T was my wife's roommate on campus, actually.
Oh.
Yes. Way back in the day. Then
there's Beatrice. There's Nashokwa as well.
Beatrice, not Beatrice. Beatrice. That's how she pronounced. They should be there. Let's go around. Let's go on an excursion. Let's find the lands so that the government can retrieve them and put it to national development or return it to the last 2. Because we also need our lands, you know.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
So when are we going? Absolutely. When are we going?
You've mentioned a number of individuals. They will all have to...
you want to have a conference?
Which were your own words? That shouldn't be just me.
So it's just Mother's Day. So let's do a Mother's Day lunch for them. And then we use the opportunity to go on.
So all of those individuals will have to come together and then work. Because if left to me alone, then you can say, okay, when are you going? But it's now supposed to...
I'm revising my notes. Let's do the first one. Me and you and him. We'll go and do a recce with the well-fed one. Then, after that, we get the ladies together and then do the
so we'll get his consent. We'll get Derek Ejekum as well.
Do we have your consent?
Timing and all that. All of those things have to be factored in.
You are trying to procrastinate.
I'm not procrastinating, but they will come, and then there can be a conversation.
If John Mahama had procrastinated, the legal reform bill would not have been signed into law. So don't do this. I know you are enjoying the fact that he signed it into law, and that there will be no exam on 31st July. You know there will be no exam. You're happy.
That is still up for conversation, though. A number of people are a bit unclear as to what happens.
Oh, there's clarity. There's only one government of Ghana. The government has spoken.
No, yes, the government has spoken.
Yes.
But we had seen a notice that had come from there. And in fact, if you read from the Ghana School of Law, before the signing by the president.
No, it was an error.
I'm making a point.
Okay.
And if you read the now law that's been passed as well, it makes provision for persons who do not gain admission into the accredited tertiary institutions to also make their way to the Ghana School of Law. And so it doesn't suppose a complete end.
So
it's a monopoly that has ended.
Who has finality? Is it the president or the director of the Ghana School of Law?
I'm saying that the act which the president assented to said that persons with LLB who will not get admission into the accredited universities can still find solace somewhere there.
By writing an exam?
I don't know whether it will be an exam.
No, there's no exam.
You understand? I am talking about the Makola. Okay, maybe you're speaking.
So
we're speaking about different things.
Is the only one in Ghana who has a ministerial position related to law, correct? Correct.
Yeah.
Now he, after the sign, and he was present when the president signed.
Yes, he in fact
said
spoke.
that the law that has been signed takes effect when? takes effect when?
Immediately. And that implementation will be underway and we'll see September.
Yes. And do you know who was standing by his side?
Roxy Nelson Dafiamekpo.
Roxy Nelson Dafiamekpo. And he's the one who's been advocating
Chief
for this.
proponent.
And he is the one who's been speaking to these issues. So when some people want to listen to third parties, hearsay of hearsays from Vincent Assefa.
No.
Who, oh yes, his well-fed, listen.
You see, when I say no, I mean the fact that my commentary is not not based on his.
I'm talking about other people.
Yeah.
I've heard other people speak. And Vincent Assefa is the reference point. Whereas Dafiamekpo is well placed. Whereas the Attorney General has spoken. Whereas the President of the Republic of Ghana, who signed the thing, has spoken. In fact, the Finance Minister was also present. And finances for the program is going to be captured in the 2027 budget, which will be read this year. And people say, but money has not been provided. And I say, oh, wow, really? No, you see, you cannot provide funds for a non-existent entity. So now that it's been signed into law, the budget can be done. However, you remember free SHS, there was no money, and yet the implementation started. Yeah. So for the same people who started free SHS, when the president of the day even didn't know where to find the money, to come back to us today, to kind of talk to us about something that the president of today knows where the money is, where the finance minister has assured us of where the money is, where the attorney general, whose baby it is telling you that they start immediately. I mean, where's the debate? Vincent Assefa and the likes should stop this. And I'm waiting for the welfare director to arrive to see whether he would change his stance. But bottom line is that for you, the young up-and-coming lawyers, aren't you excited? Everybody says they're excited.
I mean, it's a lot of positive. I'm not sure I've spoken to anybody who has suggested otherwise. And so that is quite.
So we're waiting to have a lot of lawyers in the system. The deficiency of lawyers at the Office of the Special Prosecutor and the Attorney General's Department will be a thing of the past once we have the thousands of very well qualified, very high quality lawyers in the system. The prosecutions will roll on, and it's not just to the MPP people who are feeling pressured because of the prosecutions but even NDC people will set up, because if you see how the prosecutions go, the 24-hour courts setup will require a lot of lawyers, both in defense of some and the prosecutions of some. Corruption will be nipped in the bud. You remember he signed another one too. That's the Office of Quality Value for Money. Yeah. That is also to ensure that looting does not happen. So Operation Recover or Loot. There are more things that are being put into play by the president beyond what people's expectations are. But these are the groundbreaking things that have happened. And last but not the least is that we need to all be healthy. I want to entreat everybody to take good care of themselves. I mean, the president recently did the primary health care thing. The NHIS has been uncapped, and 20% is being put into the Mama Cares, that's the Ghana Medical Fund, Trust Fund. But before that, the president himself put 6 months of his own salary in there. His appointees are putting their monies in there. They are putting their monies where their mouth is, just like they did in the case of the CHIPS compounds in the first term of term of president.
To add a little to what he's saying about the legal bill, I think that as a country we follow history, and we've known the challenges that this existing bill has done for us. I'm sure that it has outlived, or perhaps outliving its purpose, for which reason there's a need to bring in several reforms. And what I see this bill to do is to expand access and reduce the backlogs. Of course, people complete LLB, and their plan and their dream to become lawyers are curtailed because there is limited capacity for them. And I think that this will expand capacity and reduce backlogs. I think also that it's going to create other opportunities for people who perhaps did not even have the intention, but had the desire, yes, to go into the legal fraternity to also be part of the entire system. The issue of examination was one of the things that was used, to block many people from getting access. And at the look of this bill, it means that it's going to replace the entrance exams with a national bar exam, which I think that is one of the good things that the Ghanaian people should applaud the president for. Now, you mentioned even the monopoly. I mean, the Ghana Bar Association have enjoyed this monopoly for the Ghana School of Law. Yes, for over 66 years. And I mean, Makola, could run the professional law course needed to be called the bar. And so I think that the bill opens up some professional legal training to accredited institutions across Ghana so that they can also train legal brains to help us with our issues of litigation. There are many people who are left in our prisons. If they are food items, we will say they've been left to rot. But we are wasting their youthful ages, we are wasting their lives on earth, which of course must have been diverted into helping us grow our nation. Unfortunately, many of them are there for some little problems that they encountered. Also for fact that they did not get legal representation. And this has caused all these challenges. A clear witness is last week, a friend of mine was taken to court and he didn't get a legal representation. Because of that, the court had to remand her for for 2 solid weeks. I think that if we have access for people to, acquire legal knowledge, some of our cases that have been sitting in our courts for over years would be dealt with. It is said that justice delayed is justice denied. And so I am very happy about this reform. Let's look at it holistically in the context and view that it is going to solve some of our medical problems that as a country we've been battling with. So that it creates opportunity, for many who have the desire to go into the legal fraternity, to practice it in good faith and with all professionalism.
Right.
Just a 10-second take on the back of that. Somebody was asking if there's enough time for the accreditation aspect and also for the schools to come on stream, because they've been listening to
because it wasn't the major subject area for conversation. That's why I wasn't furthering, because it was just initial comments on those. But yeah, that's come up in terms of accreditation, because I was having a conversation with someone and the person was making me understand that yes, there's been consultation on the face level of the bill with the schools, but as to consultation as to when possibly this could get done, they are now returning to the schools for conversations in that regard. And so there's still quite some work to be done.
Which can be done quickly if there's commitment. And I'm sure the schools were aware at least about a year ago that this was going to happen, and so they should have been gearing themselves. At least I know KNUST, Legon and other public institutions are ready to move. So Professor, is it Professor or Doctor or Mr. Ansasari, Montcrest?
Yeah.
If they are not ready, I'm sure there are others that will be happy to fill.
We'll leave it at that. Let's get into our conversations. I was starting off with Pan-Africanism and the conversations from there. I think yesterday we saw the foreign minister, Frederick, if you could put that up for us briefly, announced that government through the president has granted presidential approval for the immediate evacuation of some 300 Ghanaians in South Africa. The distressed Ghanaians had earlier complied with the Foreign Affairs Advisory and registered with the High Commission in Pretoria to be rescued following the latest wave of xenophobic attacks. The government shall continue to safeguard the welfare of citizens. That's come up in terms of developments from South Africa. But we're seeing our government take or go the extra mile to move our persons back home and all of that. Just quick thoughts on that, then we zoom into the other matters. Let me start off with you, Mark.
Well, Marina, a very good morning to our cherished listeners, to you and to my senior brother, Prince Derek, the original. These issues brings attention to the fact that leaders in Africa have not been up to task. We've had several discussions on the sub-region, that is the ECOWAS bloc, where our brothers from the Sahel have decided that they will exit ECOWAS, all because there have been some issues of insecurity around and along their borders, which of course the ECOWAS bloc is unable to provide the needed security and support for them to mitigate some of these challenges. We've also moved beyond the traditionalist view of securitization, where security is only meant to be the expose or the use of military and military weapons to protect the state. If you look at theories from various individuals and scholars from the Copenhagen School of Theory, realize that we have shifted the attention from the traditionalist view of securitization to a point where human livelihood, our sustainability within the ecosystem, the environment, has become the new trend of securitization, where people's welfare is mostly prioritized under the United Nations Development Program. It is very unfortunate that our brothers and sisters in South Africa are behaving the way they are behaving. I thought that we are all calling for a united Africa, where institutions ought to be institutionalized to ensure that we are able to cooperate among each other, to do business, to have access to each and every country or region without fear and with full access or support from institutions that are there. And of course, there must be that kind of interrelations or cooperation amongst African countries like the Europeans are doing. Unfortunately, this is what we are seeing from our brothers from South Africa. But I think that the president giving the Minister for Foreign Affairs the opportunity or whatever to bring our people from South Africa is a very laudable idea. That is also one of the responsibilities of government, to go to the aid of its citizens no matter the place they find themselves. But this, I believe that it must be registered at the United Nations General Assembly. The xenophobic attack that South Africans are unleashing to their fellow Africans. I also recall a week ago that the President and the Minister for Foreign Affairs would or have petitioned ECOWAS or African Union on this trending xenophobic attack by the South Africans. I don't want us to go into history where many African countries came together, put resources together, and gave the South African the human necessary need to be able to move out of apartheid. Unfortunately, those involved in these xenophobic attacks today, I'm sure at the time were could not even take their own bath. Unfortunately, today they have grown. With our records to history, are behaving inhumane the way they are behaving. I believe that the African community must come together and give the necessary sanctions they need to give to South Africans. I am thinking that by now, there are some South African businesses in Ghana that must begin to receive sanctions. We've seen what Tanzania is doing, closing their borders and withdrawing some benefits they give to the South Africans. I'm believing that other countries should replicate the same thing so that it will serve as a deterrent to the South Africans. I mean, nobody is taking anybody's job. If you're in your country and you are not able to put yourself up to task to, get the needed job to do, I don't think that should be the fault of any other African person to receive such attacks from you. So for me, let's look at sanctioning them on grounds that would affect them. Let's punish them. Whatever relations that other African countries have with them, let us look at cutting them one after the other.
Cutting them in what sense? Cutting them, I'm not sure that will augur well in terms of Panafricanism. I know at the next AU meetings of ministers, we here in Ghana, when I say we here in Ghana, I mean the foreign minister is seeking to table for a conversation a number of things to draw the rest of the Africa's minds to what is happening and for decisive action to be taken. I don't expect that decisive action will be cutting ties.
Does what they are doing enhance Pan-Africanism? Attacking African individuals, does it enhance Pan-Africanism?
An argument,
beating people on the streets without recourse to law. And if you are talking about issues of immigration, they have institutions whose responsibility it is to ensure that people who come into their country have the requisite document. So if they don't have it, take it like Mark, going on the streets today, attacking these the small little children who beg money on the road. Where are they from? Niger. Attacking them and attacking their parents. Is that my responsibility? Is that my duty? Is that my job? That is not my duty. And that is why we have institutions whose responsibility it is to make sure that some of these issues are addressed. And so if your institutions in South Africa are not doing what they are supposed to do, it is never your responsibility to go out after people, attacking them. You understand? And surprisingly, their institutions are sitting quiet, looking at what is happening.
Right.
This tells me that they are in support of whatever they are doing. For which reason? I am calling for those cuts. You understand? Those diplomatic cuts. Let us give them those punishment to serve as a deterrent, because it started in 1990s, and they are, is it 90s or early 2000s, and today they are back again. If you don't give them punishment that would affect them, they will go and come back again in the next 5 years or 10 years.
Right.
And that does not encourage Pan-Africanism.
Prince.
Well, good morning once again to your viewers. I share quite a bit of what my colleague has said, and I draw inspiration from the founding of the AU now, the OAU now AU, and I'm sure in a couple of months the President of Ghana would head that institution. In keeping with that, and also the fact that there is a need for trade amongst ourselves and interconnectivity of the African continent in terms of the nation states that make the Union, the 54. I think that it will be useful if we chart a path of first line not opening fire. And that has happened. The second line of diplomatic talk, which has also already happened. Unfortunately, in all that, the state institutions in South Africa have failed, and the president of South Africa also failed until recently. That is post our president, and through him, the foreign minister taking the lead, and also our ambassador in South Africa announcing same that the Ghanaian government is ready to repatriate its citizens to avert, the ills of the past being visited on them, namely lynching of people, burning people, and all that. We've seen videos, some of which were old, but yet confirm the fact that really this happened. And of course, if you've seen, such a thing happen, and there are threats of such a thing happening, you do not wait till it happens. So I think the pragmatic steps have been taken by our government. We have listened to our brothers from other countries, particularly Nigeria, also sound a warning. And I think that my starting point of this will be ECOWAS, of which we are again a member, a key member for that matter. And to take the thing on a regional block level, and for the SADC also to take similar action, because people in that block are also affected. People who really work there and have the high-end businesses are mostly from neighboring countries, which are part of the SADC. We are just a small number, as in the ECOWAS sub-region. And yet, if we are to integrate properly, it means that the free movement of goods and services amongst all these AU countries must happen. So if we are in each other's country and we are being seen as foreigners, that in itself defeats the whole idea of the AU, because it is the belief of our founding fathers, particularly in Nkrumah, that we are all one. In fact, Africa is one continent, you know. And so apart from the land borders, etc., that have been put there by the Europeans to a large extent and by other, natural, barriers of mountains and rivers and all that. We are just one people. And so if we are to integrate and trade amongst ourselves, it would then not be useful to start, as it were, cutting ourselves off each other.
Right.
However, it is a last line of action that may become necessary, and I think that's where I agree with him that we can start perhaps with companies that belong to the South African, economic, base, namely the mining, telecommunication, and allied businesses that are in our various countries. And so Ghana, for example, we have a couple of them. And if we should invite the leadership of these companies and let them know that there'll be consequences for actions that are taken by their compatriots. And so it will be useful for them to begin to realize that their businesses will be affected. And so they may want to speed up their communication with their
people so that they prevent.
I think it would go a long way. And then the next step would be the actual, recall of ambassadors as a diplomatic, step, and of cutting ties. But it will be premature to put that way ahead.
Yes.
I've heard Cyril Ramaphosa speak to the issue finally, but beyond the words, action is,
very
slow in
important.
coming. And I've been to South Africa severally. I've been to Pretoria on government business, and I know the capacity of the South African police and their state institutions to act decisively when they intend to. So there's a few people, to start with, who have started this. And if the government delays and it catches fire and more people come, it will become difficult, because then it will lead to a riotous, a confrontation and mob action will be easier. So now that just a mob of a handful of people, they should run it up. It's running up.
Right.
Beyond that, I think that we should look at the greater good of Africa, integrate properly, understand ourselves, work together. We are brothers and sisters, and let's move ourselves forward collectively.
Right, 8 minutes to the top of the hour, so live here on the 3FM Sunrise. I'm going to go for this quick break. Before I do that, let me talk to you about the ongoing the 24th Senior Athletics Championship happening at the University of Ghana, the Legon Sports Complex to be specific. From now to the 17th of May, a host of athletes from different parts of the country, Toby Amason, Faith Kipiojin, and a host of others, as well as our own sprint stars, are in Ghana competing for different events. There's the javelin, the shot put, you call it what. There's a lot of excitement happening at the Legon Sports Stadium, which you should be a part of. And so go there. There are no tickets required. Let's turn up in our numbers. Go, even as we urge upon supporters to be there. We back our athletes to round up a lot of medals for us. The 24th Senior Africa Athletics Championship, feel the heat. It's powered by the Ministry of Sport and Recreation and the Confederation of African Athletes and the Ghana Athletics. That is what is happening. From now till the 17th, be there. That 17th is on the Sunday when the ceremony will come to a close. Be there and be a part of it as we celebrate African greatness in terms of athletics competition. Let's go for this quick break. When we return...
Will the South Africans be there?
Yes, South Africans are here.
They're here?
Yeah, they're here. They're
here
and they are part of the competition.
Oh, you are sure they're here?
Yes, they are here.
Okay.
In fact, this morning when we were doing our conversations about the games, one of the voices we played was a South African athlete, actually.
I know. I know.
I know. You're asking because of our conversation, and I'm responding to it. Let's go for this quick break. When we return, we'll talk big push roads and why government is giving out contract to persons who are not turning up to work, and the people are still getting more contracts. Stay with us.
When malaria
The big conversation on 3FM Sunrise.
Back in the studio, it is 3 to the top of the hour, 9 o'clock. We're getting into our conversation. Let's welcome as well Derek Ejekum, who's joined us in studio now. Derek, I trust that all is well with you.
By God's grace, I'm doing so well. Just that traffic in town this morning is so hectic. So much traffic in town, driving from Adenta to this place. And so viewers, forgive me for coming late. It's not usual of me, but the traffic is so hectic in town. Oh, but you know it's not usual.
It started already.
Hey, Derek. You're always late.
Really?
Yes.
Oh, Derek
I
comes
think this is
in.
the first.
Derek comes in early.
For 2 consistent meetings, you come to meet me parked here.
Packed.
Yeah. Sorry, with my Uber.
It's a quick switch in with my Uber packed. But let's get into big push. Prince, why is the minister the one having to ascertain whether or not contractors are working? Is one question. And why are we giving contracts to persons who are not turning up? Not to meet deadlines that have been set by your own government.
Very well. The big push, for those who are not aware, is an effort to have massive infrastructural development. Key amongst them is the road networks that would make sure that the economy is opened and goods and services are moved rapidly throughout the country. In fact, it's not just the roads that the government is looking at, it's looking at the rail as well and water transport. I'm sure a lot of people have now vetted themselves to lots of things that are happening. On the road network, I think that the big talk has been the Eastern and Western Corridor roads, and also the Tema motorway, then the Ashanti Expressway, that's the one that links to Accra to Kumasi Direct. The minister has been touring various routes, small, big, everywhere in the country, and they are all happening simultaneously. There's an effort to ensure that good quality roads, and when I say good quality, talking of top-notch roads, are constructed as a legacy of the president, and also to Ghanaians. You see, a lot of money is being pumped into the system, but this time around into the Ghanaian economy directly via Ghanaian contractors. So 10 billion being pushed in is not small money, but the idea also is not to discriminate. So many awards that had happened under the MPP were not cancelled. The contractors were not shoved aside for new contractors to be found. And a number of these contractors are failing to deliver. In fact, one of the key things that the minister has put in is that there will be an automatic, forfeiture of the contract if you fail to deliver. And the other thing also is, in the past you give people mobilization and then they go and chop, like Wontumi did with the Cocoa Roads, for which reason he's standing trial. There are several others like that.
That's not one of the reasons he's standing trial, is it?
Sorry?
Is Cocoa Roads one of the reasons?
Yes, it's one of the reasons. In fact, he was given money from Cocoa Board to construct Cocoa Roads, and he failed to do that. He's chopped the money. There are several of the MPP guys who are either being interrogated or other on this cocoa sector monies that they blew on their party officials who suddenly became contractors. Now, this government is not discriminating. If you have a contract and it's valid, and you get to retain it, but you have to prove and show working. So one way is to have the inspectorate divisions of the Ministry of Roads and the highways, including feeder roads, go on tours. And the minister is not an armchair minister. He's been given, marching orders by the president through the vice president, who has been calling on various sector ministers. If you recall, the last minister, for example, the vice president was there. Shortly thereafter, there was a publication of the list of allocations that are being revoked. Same with the roads. So marching orders are being given. This president intends to get results shortly.
But
so,
okay,
the one that made a news headline. In fact, two have made a news headlines this past week. But the latest one is one Chinese who has been given about 82 million and is failing to deliver on the results and sitting outside and sending his officials. The minister has warned that he wants to see the man himself. In fact, the Chinese national is now also a Ghanaian. He's naturalized. So you're dealing with a Ghanaian in one breath. I think that the minister is on the right path. There must be some revocations of contracts based on non-performance. And the first one is to get Ghanaians to follow how, this government is about an open and transparent governance. So through the media and such interactions, the Ghanaian people are being made aware. If a low-level personality goes on this field trip, the media will not cover. But when the minister speaks, it gets the headlines, and that's why we're discussing this today. I think that a number of these contractors are doing sterling jobs, and it's manifest all over. Recently, I saw a video of the stretch from Pokwase towards Kumasi, and you won't believe it. This country, you won't believe it.
That was last year, right?
No, this year.
A chunk of the work was done last year after,
and a lot more has been done this year. You won't believe it. This country. I don't know whether I've been on the motorway lately,
No, I haven't.
But at least you've been to Tetequashi, which is close, and you've seen that they've done one half of the extension with the other one ongoing. And I think that, look, the capacity of Ghanaians to deliver is there. There's been a lot of technology transfer over the years because some of them have worked under these
Foreign
foreigners,
companies.
and the technology is available.
There's a question of handing out contracts to persons who have contracts and are not delivering. Those are the words of the minister
Yes,
himself.
and I'm saying that. So I just want to first give.
So they have contracts, they haven't delivered, they've missed deadlines,
Yes. So
and yet you are giving them new
So
contracts.
first and foremost is that we must establish the fact that it's not widespread. It's not like everybody is not delivering. It's not that they are incompetent or everybody is incompetent. People are delivering. People are doing sterling jobs, but some are not delivering. So those that are not delivering are the outsmart people, and those are the ones that are being picked out, highlighted, and given an opportunity to perform. Now, that given, if next time you hear that the person's contract has been revoked, I don't think there should be any cause for complaint. And I don't think that it would be proper for anyone to come and say, oh, but me, I'm a party person, why you remove me? Or I'm being witch hunted because I'm NPP. The contracts were given freely to Ghanaians without recourse to party affiliation. And I want to hammer on that. So a lot of NPP people, contractors, have been given contracts regardless. Maybe some NDC, maybe some UP people, etc., have also been given contracts based on their capacity. And of course, over the past 8 years, the capacity of persons that were built when the government was looking inwardly to build the capacities of even people like Muntumi and other party people means that a lot of MPP people have been built their capacity. So when you award a contract and there are boxes to be ticked, they will be able to tick the boxes, because if the boxes include, do you have experience? Yes, they have experience because they've been given. But as to whether they were able to deliver and they haven't finished, and they're saying that, oh, okay, we need money, we weren't being provided money, and in some instances, there were terminations of
we've heard about one.
The roadworks.
Yeah.
If you look at the stretch, the Osutu Teshi stretch, that's the beach road, it was stopped. Lately, the contractors are on site. Monies have been provided. So this government is now making the money available. GOG is providing the funds. That's the government of Ghana is providing the funds. So it's unlike previous contracts where we go and borrow money from foreign countries and then automatically you have to get their contractors from their countries. This time, government wants to put it so that the local economy will be stimulated.
Right.
I think that we must all support it when it gets to the point of the termination of those contracts.
Prince, Derek, let me come to you now.
Derek, yes.
On big push and what we're seeing, particularly from the minister. Not everybody is entirely enthused about his journey and what he's been saying while visiting some of these sites.
A very good morning to your viewers and then your listeners out there. Before I get to the big push conversation, I may want to have a bite on the issues in South Africa.
Yeah, you are.
3FM 92.7.
It's been signed. No exam in July.
No, but my concern even about the legal reforms is about those who are in the final years this year. There's even yesterday our law lecturer mentioned it. Kwashiga.
You are in the same class with
yes.
So you are both up and coming lawyers who are beneficiaries of the signing ceremony.
Yeah,
okay, good.
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 Law lecturer Kwashiga, who is an examiner with the IEC, Independent Examination Council, is not even sure about the fact that whether this year there will be an entrance exam or not.
Boss, he put out some misleading information. Vincent Assefa is the reason why there's a confusion.
No, he was only asking questions.
Okay.
Because on one breath, the chief whip in parliament says that there's no entrance exams. On the other breath, the Independent Examination Council schedules 31st July for entrance examination.
What does the law say?
At that time, there was no law.
Now there's a law, so it's
yes, that is why questions are being asked, because it's a silent on it, because the schools must go through a process to be accredited to begin the new reforms that the Legal Education Act is introducing.
And accreditation come from outside Ghana?
No, it doesn't come from outside Ghana, but it goes through a process.
Yes.
You know our bureaucracy in this country.
Bureaucracy.
And last year, the exams was written in September. We are in May. Let's even take May out. We have June, July, August. So just 3 months. Are we saying that is it enough for the preparatory works for the accreditation to be given?
When
if
the
not,
institutions asleep when the law was being pushed through Parliament, you must be getting yourselves ready. If you want to get married today,
But
next
we've had a conversation where we've agreed around the table before he came. We said there needs to be speed.
Exactly. That's why.
And
so when you say my boss put out a misleading information, it's something that I don't understand, because he was only asking questions.
No, he was
because people were
arguing.
agitating. No, he wasn't arguing. He asked the question, and Dafemiakpo chose to insult him out of the question. Yes, the chief whip. I didn't mention your tribesman name. You are correcting me. Dafemiakpo, the chief honorable, the chief whip of the majority caucus came and then attacked him. But he was only asking questions because, I mean, he has constituents who are in the law school. And so if they are bothered about the happenings,
one of the constituents,
if they are bothered about it, but I mean, I'm not sitting for an entrance exam this year. Yes. And so if there are concerns, it is only right as the people's representative, he asks the necessary questions, especially when even before the president assented the bill into law, he is on live video to have said that they won't sit for an entrance exams. Then IEC releases a timeline for entrance exams. You put people in a state of comatose, and so it is only right that they would ask the necessary questions.
That's not correct. What you've said is not correct. First is that there was no law. There was a bill that had been passed.
I think that is pretty clear.
So we ask the question again that they should be clear. I mean, there have been times that were we not here when we deferred the D-levy collection for about 2 months? Wasn't it a law, but it was deferred. And so if the necessary works, please, if the necessary works can't meet the timeline, let's set clear modalities for the students. These are the questions that we're asking. Nobody is against whatever that has been assented or what have been passed. But we are only asking that if the timelines are not favorable, just to prevent the mishaps, not just to prevent these confusions of students, they should communicate clearly. And I don't think it is far-fetched if anybody asks these questions. Prince Derek, it's fine. Nobody.
That's and then I agree with you. That's a fair point.
It's just only clear that our seniors are allowed to know that you are either sitting or you are not sitting, so that they know what to do and then they start preparing.
The Attorney General has said that.
Let's hear you.
So on the matters of the big push, every ministry has a monitoring and evaluation department, especially the ministry that handles some of these works. I, for once, would not want to diminish the effort of the minister trying to get our contractors to work. But the only problem I have is that content creation not doors on the door. Whenever there is a camera on the minister, he makes it look like he's so agitated.
That's so unfair.
Prince Derek, why?
Asefa is looking for content every time. You're not talking about that.
No problem.
Let him.
We are not discussing.
Proceed.
You see, when you look at the concerns of the minister, I remember he was engaging Maripoma in one of the videos, and he said that, let me quote his words, in the last 5 years, tell me which project you have handled that you have met the completion date. And so if you tell me that this project is 24 months, and so we should give you time to the 24 months and the project will be completed, it's not possible. I must ensure that with every timeline, you get to the point of the project. These were the words of the minister. And so if you know that in the last 4 or 5 years, Maripoma has not met any single timeline, and you look at the list of the big push that came out, and Maripoma has about 3 contracts out of the 78 contracts that was announced. Why did we do that?
Because we're open.
No, but didn't you conduct these feasibility studies? Didn't you, as a minister, get briefings, get a report from your monitoring and evaluation team? I'm not having a one-on-one session with you. Please allow me make my point. Allow me make my point. Didn't you engage in some of these things? Why would you now, after your review, after your auditing, after your assessment and all of that, you still go ahead and award 3 more contracts to this same particular company when you know in the last 4 or 5 years they have not met any single deadline of the project that they are handling?
No,
it was a sole source contract. That makes the matters in a different perspective, because you handpicked them and awarded the contracts to them. that is fine by you. Nobody is contending your scope when it comes to matters of that conversation. But after your assessment, after your auditing, after every single thing that you did around these contracts, because you said that every contract that we gave, you had put on hold, you were auditing, you were ensuring that it met the necessary value for money conversations and all of that. So after all these conversations, you went ahead, you awarded about 3 more contracts to that same company, and that is just for example purposes, not that I have personal issues with any company involved, but that is for example purposes. You went ahead to give a contract to this same company, and today you are crying at the cameras that they are not delivering on the timelines that is expected of them. Now who caused them? There are other companies that are functioning. You go elsewhere and you applaud the directors and then the owners of that company for a good work done.
Yes.
Where these companies not available, are they not having the capacity? So the issues of minister wanting to appear before you see NDC, the NDC party, President Derek's party, they are fond of crying when they see cameras. And so you find Kofi Amabua cry. You find the chief of staff cry. You find the roads and highway minister also, as it were, you know, the Honorable Abuja has always been a hot person. And so maybe he may not cry, but that is how he also addresses his grievances. But there is a monitoring and evaluation department at the ministry that they have a budget for every single project. Every single project. They have a budget for. Even projects that are handled by Get Funds have monitoring and evaluation budgets, allocations for that. And so what are the monitors and evaluators at the ministry doing? That we may have to cause the minister to leave his seat and drive all the way everywhere in Ghana where a project is, and then as it will be seen in a confrontation with contractors and all of that. What are the civil servants doing? What are the technocrats doing? What is the briefing that the minister is having? To the extent that the minister must tell us that if not for mobilization being paid to you, we would have terminated your contract. Why can't we retrieve our money from them when we terminate their contract?
See, that's where you are a legal brain.
Right.
Now, you know.
I want him to finish. I'll come back to you. I'll come back to you. I'll come back to you on.
Do you know how long the stretch in front of the La Polyclinic was left for? For very long, because the Chinese person was stopping the assembly and any other entity that even tried to patch potholes, and were threatening legal action. So if you have
I'm sure every contract there's a termination clause. So what were the termination clause that they put in the contract?
Do you know what you did? When you put in your termination clause, liabilities that were accrued to Ghana, said that it makes it impossible for a reasonable government to terminate. That is what you left us. And that is what he was crying about. He was crying about what you left us.
I've not had a chance to look at the contract document, so I can't speak to it. But I'm saying that obviously there'll be a termination clause in these agreements. In any case,
which is not favorable.
In any case, the big push is a new contract that you awarded.
Yes.
And so if the contractors are failing to meet their deadlines, what was the termination clause you put in there?
The contracts are ongoing contracts. Note, it's not every road that was virgin.
Yes, I know.
So some of these roads that had contracts existing, those people were allowed to stay. So Mariupoma and others that you're talking about were given that opportunity to continue.
Wrap up for me. Yes, so I'm only saying that we appreciate the minister for wanting to go around and ensure that these contractors are working. In any case, I say that matters of education, matters of health, matters of road, it knows no political leanings. And so whether you are MPP, you are NDC, you become a beneficiary of a good system if we have it. And so I, for once, may not condemn the actions of the minister, but I'm only saying that why should it get to the point that a minister must be the one to be engaging in this store, having these confrontations with these contractors, especially when we have a monitoring evaluation department?
Right.
Is the minister not receiving briefings from these people? I mean, already there is, I always say this, that the ordinary people that entrust their mandate in our hands, gradually they are giving up on politicians, whether MPP or NDC. So if today, if today we have an area like Jacobu, and the minister is going to Jacobu, and you have a convoy of about 17 Land Cruisers, it sends a different message down there.
That's another mischievous statement
Finish for me. His microphone is not active. Finish for me so that otherwise I'll have to move to my.
The MCs.
Would you allow me? I'm not contending that. I'm not saying that the minister left Accra with 17 Land Cruisers. But when the minister is visiting area, at the end of the day, you have 17 Land Cruisers.
It's not even 17.
Oh please, as an entourage, you have 5 from the ministry. You have the regional minister. You have the MP of the area. You have the MCU of the area. You have opinion leaders of the area. You have chiefs and all of that joining. And so that is they are all going. They are all going. You can't say that. They are going there because the minister is there. And that is why these people are there.
Right.
And so let's avoid some of these things. There are better ways we can handle some of these things.
Mark, I'm coming to you now. On the subject matter.
Marina, I think that we need to commend the Minister for Roads, Honorable Abuja, for what he's doing. I believe that if our former ministers in charge of roads have been engaging our road contractors in same manner, I'm not sure.
Oh, we saw Amakwata on the road a number of times. Are you sure we were not seeing him on the road? I'm sure that's something we all can.
And how did it end? No, and how did it end? You see, I'm coming on. We are saying that Kwame Agboja is doing all these when he sees cameras, all right? Because he's seen working, he's seen going to grounds, he's seen on various points where road construction is going on. But in previous administration, we didn't see him on countable locations, for which reason we can, just suppose why Agboja's engagement with the contractors is becoming much of a social media. I mean, we have given ourselves these loopholes for civil servants and contractors to take advantage, where at the end of the day, politicians are seen to be the corrupt ones. Meanwhile, it is these contractors, for whatever indications are coming up, we see that they are those causing or creating such problems. How can you be given mobilization fee and for over months you've not been to site? And we are here to discuss whether the termination clause allows us to terminate that particular contract. This is fraudulent. It is fraudulent. Why? I take your money and give you a promise on contract to do something for you, and I don't do it after a period of time. Is that not fraud? So beyond the termination, whether there are clauses or not, what do we do to them? And we know the economic effect of those roads. When monies have been paid to contractors to construct a road, and they fail to do it, we know the economic cost that comes with it. There are other roads that they have started working on the roads. They've cleared weeds and trees. They've started grading the roads and all that.
Yeah, grading.
They do the grading and they don't come back again. And you know the hectic traffic our drivers find themselves in. Our roads are so poor and bad. And so drivers will tend to use the roads that have been graded. And what do you think expects to happen after 2 months? The roads will go bad. These are economic costs to the state. You understand? And I am happy that now citizens are able to voice out to the minister that no, the contractor has not been on site for past months, but they appeared here because they knew you were coming. In the past, we were not seeing some of these things. Citizens were not able to come out boldly to tell ministers that this is the conduct of some of the contractors. Meanwhile, they take the money and go. I was reading on social media and I hear people talk about the fact that we should give the contracts to foreign companies and ignore the local. I disagree to that effect, that why should we give contracts to foreign companies when we have competent local contractors here who can do this job? And the fact that people are not able to meet the timelines of completion does not necessarily mean we shouldn't give them contract. Perhaps we may think that moving forward they would change their modus operandi, for which reason I believe we should still give them that opportunity. But if their act and actions persist, that we give you contract and you are not able to meet the timelines or the deadlines, why should we continue or go ahead to give you such contract? I mean, we should be able to terminate them. Again, I do not also subscribe to the fact that the minister would have to go everywhere to monitor the projects or job in progress. It is good he goes out there because he finally would have to brief the president or the chief of staff the process and then how far the job has gone. But I believe they have representation across the country. If they have, then why must the minister be going round himself? There are monitoring and evaluation department, as Derek said,
The welfare one, yeah?
that they also have an oversight responsibility or role to ensure that they monitor the rules that are given to contractors to see to it that they are doing what the buyer is expected of them. But if they are not doing it, what must we do? I believe we are in an age and time where technology must properly be used. We can create a dashboard where progress of these contractors will be pushed on that dashboard. It could also be made public for citizens to also assess and see the progress so far. It must not be that the progress on paper or on the dashboard will far outweigh that which is on the ground. It also enables or gives citizens the opportunity to report directly which contractor is working and which contractor is not working. I agree that the big push has a lot of economic benefits when these roads are all constructed. It gives access and it gives real time to travelers and all that. In road construction, we know that those of us who ply the roads will bear the brunt of it, where we would have to be changing our shocks and our bearings almost now and then. But immediately the roads are completed, we all feel and enjoy the benefits of it. However, we tend to waste so much time on road construction to the extent that even by the time the road is fully constructed, my car is spoiled. Some may even die through road accidents because during road construction the roads are not too good for use, and so some tend to die. If you look at the Cape Coast Takoradi road, a lot of accidents have been happening and people are losing their lives all in the name of constructing roads to the benefit of the Ghanaian people. Why must we not look at the time frame given to contractors to work on? You understand? So that we're able to get our roads on time and for safe use. So for me, let us punish or terminate contracts that do not really meet the timelines. Contractors who have taken money and have decided not to come back to do their job, they take the money and go and sleep. And most of them are political connected. Yes, they are all political faithfuls. You understand? So for me, the minister's outburst, and show of emotions is just to tell us that he's really replicating what the Ghanaian people feel. How will you feel if you've given contracts to a contractor to work on and he's decided not to do it? He takes the money and go and sleep somewhere. So let's commend the Honorable Minister for Roads for the good job he's doing.
Prince, yes, back to you quickly, and whether or not the timelines can be met based on some of the things that we're seeing as well.
Some political persons and politically motivated civil servants and contractors may want to derail the big push to advance the objectives of Bamia, Asefwa, and the likes. And I think that it is in keeping with that some of these things are happening. But I want to assure my colleague to my left and that to my right that yes, the minister did not just get up and go out there, but it's due to advice given him by those who are in the monitoring and evaluation departments, and the dashboard reflects the pace at which work is ongoing. And so he visited two categories of sites, that which is doing well and also that which is being neglected, to paint the true picture of what the road sector is looking like under the big push and what he would not countenance, and also to indicate that where you're doing a good job, you'll be up for commendation, and where you're not, you would be outed and also subjected to a revocation of contract.
Right. Still here on 3FM 92.7. The last subject matter for our conversation has to do with hostel accommodation. We've seen the rent control on recent visitations to a number of facilities. It's been a long-drawn or a long-standing issue that has existed for some time, but it's come up frontally for conversation. I'm going to start with Derek Ejekum on this one. The challenges which persist and really how we begin to find solutions to this particular one.
3FM 92.7.
Issues concerning hostel accommodation and accommodating students is one that is very challenging. I, for once, thought that in our day and age, no bed syndrome wouldn't be a matter around education and also wouldn't be around health. But it looks like we are not leaving the wounds anytime soon. I was thinking that as a government that promised free first year
tertiary
education, they may have put arrangement or they may have made the necessary arrangements for accommodation solutions. Because when you go to University of Ghana, for instance, the bed space that is available to accommodate the entirety of students is less than half of the population of students. And so it becomes very challenging. And that is where extortion and all of that also sets in. Because of the want of beds and all of that, it makes business people, especially the private entities who run hostels, try to peg their prices at exorbitant fees. And so it is very challenging. And I think that we may not leave the troubles anytime soon. But the rent control commissioner is doing a good job. And I think that he deserves every commendation that comes to him. I think that for once...
Some will say he's been sleeping on the job. He's now waking up.
Oh, maybe the
better late than never.
It's better late than never. I mean, I think that for once there's an appointee of this government that is working tirelessly to advance the vision and then the cause of His Excellency President John Dramani Mahama.
Only one.
That is what I can talk of. I mean, he's the one that without the necessary funds, the necessary resources, he's still working. I heard his interview on, I think, Oyerepa or Kasapa, one of the stations, when he said whether there are resources or not, he would deliver on his mandate. And then he's calling for support from like-minded people who are willing to advance this cause together with him. And so I believe that the commissioner is doing a good job. But you see, Eric, I say this all the time, that government has a responsibility of creating an enabling environment for businessmen to thrive. Government may not be able to build hostels to accommodate every single student. But what is the environment that they are creating for business, private entities to thrive? And that is why we have government. That's why we are voted into office, to provide the needed solutions. I know Prince Derek would spin the conversation and then want to blame the MPP and what have you. But I say this, that these are all part of the reasons why the MPP was voted out of office. The people are the reason for leadership. You are voted into office to address a challenge, to provide the needed solutions. And so if after 16 months of office, there is no clear indication of what you are doing to address hostel issues on campus, then it begs a lot of questions about the reset agenda that you seek to push. Because you are resetting every department of our government. You went ahead to promise first year free tertiary. And so it is believed that the numbers would increase, because not all persons after free SHS had the financial muscle to pay the fees for tertiary education. And so if there is a government that has promised a first year free, it is believed that the numbers would increase. And statistics confirms that the numbers have increased into our tertiary institutions. And so when we were promising that the first year was going to be free And so there was an expectation for a huge number in admission. What was the plans to accommodate these people? Or is it because of, just as I always say, for the act of populism, just to make the people feel that we are there for them and we think about them? And so let us bring up any policy that would entice the people. And yes, that have been brought. You are paying their school fees even after they go through all the stress to acquire money, whether from loans and what have you, to pay their fees and register. Some you disburse back to them. But what were the critical plans? What were the infrastructure plans that were put in place? Is it just about making people get admission? Then you pay the fees of about 3,000 cedis for them. Then now they're in a one-ton chase of where to accommodate themselves. If possibly they get a private hostel, it is almost 3 times, 4 times their school fees. And that is not what the Ghanaians voted for. That is not what the people from Bantima voted for. That is not what from Fufo voted for. They voted for a government that is in to address their challenges, a government that promised them a reset in every department of governance, a government that is resetting our accommodation deficit, a government that is in to reset or provide the needed comfort and stability for our students. And so if after 16 months, there is no single plan, there is no single indication of providing the needed resources or infrastructure to accommodate the students, then it leaves a lot of questions that we must ask the people in government. That what is their plan? What is their action plan for our students? What is their plan for the people that they are paying their first year school fees for them?
Prince, the question is to you. What is the plan on your part then?
92.7.
Well, first, since we are now on education, I think it's appropriate to wish all the WASI candidates, all
persons who are starting oral English today.
Yes, all the best in the WASI. I think that my good friend is doing very well for Vincent Asifwa in the mischief department of the NPP.
But these are legitimate questions, are they not?
No.
They are not legitimate questions?
No. You see, coming from the NPP, which tried to wholesale implement free SHS without a plan, without a budget, and noting, in fact, I recall that in those days it was stated that we should focus on infrastructural development. Quality was the watchword, and that the e-blocks be done and in numbers that accommodate all, and that they should have also accommodation for the students, the rubbish all there. In addition to that, the pyramid, which has the basic education at the base, the secondary in the middle, and tapering at the tertiary, will now look more like a square, in that as the numbers are increased and we are making free, it means that, you see, if you look at the article 25 of the Constitution, deals with education and educational outcomes, including the free compulsory universal basic education, which was the FQ. It was badly implemented under President Kufuor. That is what led to the school feeding when he went cap in hand to go and beg for food for the students.
3FM
We should have had
92.7.
a comprehensive, thing at that basic level. The next one was the free SHS, which is in the Constitution. Okay, if you look at the Constitution, the free education is there at the secondary level. So
But it took a thinking government to ensure that implementation.
It is the 1992 Constitution predated the Akufo-Addo era. So
Exactly. So what did you do? What did you do about it?
Can I finish?
What did you do about it?
I finish?
Jerry John Rawlings had 92 to 2001. Mills number 1 had 2009 to 2012. What was done about it?
The Constitution was promulgated by very sensible people, which included market women, tailors, dressmakers, etc. But the NPP decided to be out of it, and yet a very
But at the time there was no MPP.
No, the antecedents of the NPP.
At the time there was no MPP, so you don't talk about MPP. I think we studied the constitution this semester. Was there any MPP before?
No. Let me tell you something.
There was no
the
MPP.
MPP had been formed, but had not been formalized.
Oh, look at you. Let's stay. How do you talk about informal sector?
Prince, let's stay with the subject.
How do you talk about
the mics are off. The mics are off. Let's stay within the context of the hostel conversation. Let's stay within Prince. Let's stay within the context of the conversation that we're having. You're answering questions in relation to the hostel, and I was asking that these are legitimate questions that are being asked.
He interrupted me. I needed to put him right. He's a younger Derek. He didn't live through the times. I lived through it. So I'm telling you.
But we have studied history.
Never mind.
Let's speak to.
So the bottom line is that a well thought through constitution gives firm basis for all of this on the basis of availability of money. That is in the constitution. In fact, tertiary education is supposed to be progressively free based on availability of money. In fact, in the constitution also, there is lifelong education. All right? Even private institutions can be assisted, but in that particular constitution, it was indicated that they cannot be funded through the GET fund. Yet Kufuor did his bit and tried to give them some buses and so on, using or circumventing the constitution. I mean, anything that goes to enhance education is a plus. So I will not fault him even for doing something that was unconstitutional at the time. Now, having said that, there's an opportunity for us to review these things. But there's an active government in place ahead of the constitutional review process, which is doing wonderful things. So, for example, he was complaining about the stress-free, policy that the government has for first years, and trying to.
You're not speaking to the hostel.
No, I'm coming to that because he's making. I don't want to have to do a
yes,
but it is important that I reconstruct what my statement is going to be to clear the foul air that he dumped in the room prior to my making my statement. So he's saying that we put the guys through stress. It's not true. Hitherto there was other interventions, but it was difficult for some families. He's from an affluent, family. He can afford all the things. He would get into school. Others can't because they can't even afford to pay prior to getting in and have to wait for the student loan and so on. So I can understand. He's interested in the rent only because his room got flooded some time back and he told us about it.
No, but this has to do with students.
You know that the stress-free policy that you promised the students. The students may have to pay their school fees first, register to be students before they can apply for that refund. And that wasn't what you promised them.
I don't want us to go into the conversation.
That's what I'm saying, that you put them into stress.
It's about hostels.
Yeah.
And the fact that there is a challenge with providing accommodation, which has existed for a long time.
But if you know Derek so well, this is a strategy.
No.
He would do that and he will evade it. But you have a problem with interjections. I never knew.
I thought Vincent well. He's teaching you well. So basically, this is what it is. We have an accommodation problem generally, not only on the campuses but in the country, and we are fixing it. The president is fixing it. I'm sure you're aware of the 200, acre land in Ashanti that he even can.
Hope City 2.0.
The green city.
Yes, but we saw Hope City in his first administration.
Please, I beg you, let him do that. Don't do that.
No, it's a legitimate question to ask. You disagree?
Oh, really? You want to go there?
No, I'm not saying we want to go there. I'm just saying that there will be questions asked.
You want to go to Saglem as well? I'm sure after Hope City you're going to Sagleme.
But
the president is making Sagleme happen. 2026 May, this agreement has been signed to complete. These guys came and stole the items from there. You know that. And then at the tail end of their administration,
how are students in the picture?
So the bottom line is this: that hostels are available. They are in low numbers. All right. Number two is that there are accommodation facilities on campus. They are also not adequate. Then there are some hostels also on campus. In fact, as for Legon one, I know because my grandfather was the one who gave the land for Legon, and they are building hostels on it. So I'm saying to you that these are available. They are not in adequate numbers. And so people are exploiting the students. When you have a small 2x4 thing in the area of Legon, Medina Enclave, you change it into, accommodation, and definitely students will come. If you have something around, the tech area, UPSA, etc., and you convert it, you will get students. And they are charging rates that are exorbitant. In fact, to the point where even, the campus proper, they are charging rates that are not proper. So an appointee of the president who has been charged and given a similar, marching orders like Agboja and the Lands Minister have been given, has moved to the various campuses, like Agboja has moved to the roads that somebody's worried about. But he's happy that the commissioner, the rent commissioner, is moving to the campuses because he's going to be a beneficiary. That kind of double standards is not useful.
But when the roads are constructed, I'm a beneficiary of it.
But Vincent told you to argue that, so you are doing
but
that.
Why
Vincent has not yet told you about the campus ones, so you are using your personal
why do we do
judgments.
identity politics? Why don't I have a mind of my own? Why?
But you mostly can preach Vincent's listen, so you relax, sit in your chair.
Right.
Relax.
Let me go to.
No, so the discovery is that they are charging exorbitant rates, and the commissioner is going to apply the law. Very soon, this will be a thing of the past. So please rest assured.
I'll come back to you on how quickly that will become a thing of the past.
Let me first commend the commissioner for whatever job he's doing. The current actions he's taking are already embedded in our constitution. They are in our law books. That before a landlord or a hostel facility manager increases utility, he or she must consider various factors. Unfortunately, those individuals have not heeded to the laws, and so they do things as if we are in a country that is not governed by rules and regulations as far as law is concerned. Now we have too many students but few beds, which has now become a problem on campus, that is campus accommodation. We have over a period been able to accommodate students whose number outspaces the hostel accommodations that we have. And of course, you know that it is not just about their inability to get rooms to sleep in, but the fact that they are exposed to certain risk when it comes to diseases and even security. Almost every time you hear students complaining about thieves and robbers coming to their rooms to come and steal their laptops and their phones and other belongings. And the most painful part of it is that the management are unable to do anything about whatever theft that goes on. I have people whose laptops have been stolen before you go to police station and nothing is done. Meanwhile, specifically Legon has internal security. So we ask ourselves that, what are they actually doing? The security of students have now become a bone of contention because school authorities are unable to provide security for them. Now, if I go back to my phone, I had an extensive conversation with one of the students who have shared with me their approved fees for each academic year as far as their hostel fees is concerned. But Marina, why should students pay hostel fees that is higher than their school fees? If you look at the table I have with me here, in 2020-2021 academic year, students were paying 427 Ghana cedis for a semester. It ran through to somewhere, I think 2022, 2023, they were paying same amount. Now, in 2023 to 2024, it skyrocketed to 1,054 Ghana cedis. From there, it has been moving gradually until today, where students are paying, I think about, Derek, you left there not long ago, about 3,000.
Yes, for the traditional accommodations, the ones that belong to the university.
So if traditional accommodations that belong to the university are paying this amount of money, how much do we expect the private halls to charge? As we speak, we ask ourselves that who is the voice for the students? Obviously, it's supposed to be the SRC, but the SRC gradually have comatose and been changed into political tools that politicians use instead of allowing SRC to operate in their own mandate to seek to the welfare of students. They are not doing it, but they have changed to political tools that politicians are using. What country are we building? Now, from 2020-2021, when we were charging 472 Ghana cedis, there was one vice chancellor there called Professor Ebenezer Oduro-Usu. Under his watch, you could not increase any hostel facility. You could not increase school fees without placing emphasis or considering some fundamental costs or reasons why, or be able to justify before you increase. Now they have a vice chancellor who came in 2022, Professor Nana Amfo. Yes. What has been her role in speaking for the voiceless, that is the students? Ever since she came there, hostel fees have been increased astronomically from 30, 40, 50%. And school fees continues to skyrocket. Meanwhile, I know that for such increment, it goes to Parliament for parliamentary approval. Why is it that school fees are being increased? And are we saying that our members of Parliament, our honourable members of Parliament, witnessed this increment and gave their blessings that the ordinary cocoa seller or banku seller or farmer in my village whose child have had opportunity and pass SHS to have opportunity to go to school to pay this amount of money, and they also sit in Parliament to approve this. If they know that they have not approved of any fee or any hostel facility in this period that we are talking about, they should call the Vice Chancellor of Legon and that of UCC, I mean all the Vice Chancellors of the traditional universities, to Parliament and ask them questions, because this we need questions to, we need answers to them. How come did our fees increase to this level? How come are people paying this amount of money for hostel fees? Look at students on campus. The university is unable to house even half of them. And surprisingly, there are lecturers on campus whose children are also with the traditional halls paying this amount of money. If the university itself is unable to house our children, what then do we expect private people to do? They will charge astronomically. Look at the lands we have there at Legon. There are projects that have been started. Unfortunately, we are not able to complete them because we feel we are okay and we are not going to meet or solve the immediate problems that are before us. These are challenges that people must have seen long ago. That, of course, our facilities we have in the next 5 years, if we don't add up, cannot host or house several students on campus, yet they sat aloof. In the past, we had some individuals, including our own Minister for Education, Honorable Aruna Idrisu, and his colleagues who were on Legon campus
leading the charge,
leading charges and demonstrating because they've been given or they've been fed with chicken for a very longer period of time, and at that point they needed egg. They went on demonstration.
92 points.
They demonstrated. Today, Our brothers and our young sisters are not able to demonstrate, but rather their parents must have to suffer to cough out these huge sums of money for them to get accommodation. But you see, you know what it brings? All these things brings academic defects.
And people who cannot pay are sleeping in classrooms in Legon. And
exactly.
And
how do you have a sound mind? How do you have a sound mind to learn and pass your academics? How possible can that be? It is impossible. Right. And so what I'm saying is that I always say that the previous generation before us, though they didn't have things on silver platter, but they had things right. They had things well organized. But unfortunately, in our time, look at the challenges that we have been subjected to. Look, if we don't rise up to speak against some of these things, our children and our children's children will come and insult us. I'm sure by then we may be alive, which will be a bad thing for us.
A minute each, and then we take the show.
Well, I think the exploitation of the students is the wrong thing. Private persons are exploiting the accommodation problem. The government needs to up its game in terms of increasing accommodation facilities on campus. At least the last two gave a lot of land for the University of Ghana. It's a large space. In fact, there's been encroachment on all sides, and some government, because the Legon acquisition is really huge. It's huge. It goes beyond what the Legon campus is. The Legon acquisition is huge. I would advise that the last two should partner with the state to provide accommodation, find equity stakeholders to solve this thing once and for all.
Derek.
Okay, so in wrapping up, all that I may want to put across is that in as much as private entities are seizing the opportunities to extort students, the government must also create an enabling environment for businesses to thrive. Because I'm of the express opinion that when the production expenses of every business skyrockets, they transfer that onto their business, and then it is the consumers that suffers the penalties thereof or the consequences thereof. And so government must create that environment, because if I'm a hostel manager, I'm a hostel owner, and utilities have skyrocketed in about 28% in the last year, water is increasing, fuel price is increasing, and all of that, I will transfer that to my business, and at the end of the day, parents and students may have to pay for those amounts of money. And so the government must create that environment for our...
You mean the economy should improve?
For our businesses to thrive.
Right.
The interest rates should
Gentlemen,
the bank should lend more. I agree with you.
Mark, final word, and then
get better now.
Yes, so I think that government must really look at its budgetary priorities, where they look at funding a lot of academics than places where those academicians would have to sleep. I think it's something they need to look at very well. I want to wish a happy birthday. I don't know if I can go ahead.
Yes.
Yes, so I am wishing Inspector Rahel Mahmood of the Peki FPU a very happy birthday. And this is coming from his husband. That is Anthony Nyame. He is also with the Ghana Police at Enchi.
Did you say his husband?
Her husband, sorry.
Because of the LGBT implications, I was very concerned.
Yes, so Rahel Mahmood of Peki FPU, I wish you a very happy birthday. And in fact, this is coming specially from your husband, Anthony Nyami of the Enche Police Service.
And also, let me also do this quickly. Yesterday was my lady pastor's birthday. Lady Pastor Pearl in Safo